the oath you took yesterday will continue to apply today. Is that all right?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. Mr. Solomon, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Ngoma, before we adjourned, last night, I was referring you to paragraph 54 of your statement, bundle 7A at 1011.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Solomon. Can I get someone who can help me with the with the file?
Okay, that would be bundle 7A, page 1011. Your counsel can assist you. Is she assisting you?
Chair, I have no objection if counsel assists her with the
Yes.
in order to
Yes, to expedite.
Expedite matters.
Yes. I have you found it, Ms. Ngoma?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right.
Right. Now, you'll see that in paragraph 54 and paragraph 55.1 and 55.2, the phrase several occasions is used. And if I can borrow from the phrase, it's used on 3 occasions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's under this heading, which you see before paragraph 53, cash collected from the Gupta residence. Now, you have in your oral testimony and in your affidavit, your clarifying affidavit, which we looked at yesterday, that was, to save time, you don't have to go there unless you want to, because I'm going to just come back to page 1011. But just in that affidavit, which we looked at as it was paragraph 5.1 at page point 13, 1027.13. You were referring to paragraph 55.2, and you've said that it's clear the information I provided was not adequately or properly captured to the effect that I had indeed seen the bag being carried out of the Gupta residence several times, but I'd only seen Mr. Gigaba transfer cash from the big bag to his carry bag only once. Have you any idea where the notion of several occasions came from that found its way into your affidavit?
Yes.
Have you any idea who inserted the phrase there on those 3 occasions at page 1011 and 1012 in your affidavit, if it was not yourself?
Ms. Ngoma?
Yes, I'm reading, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Solomoni, I just want to know, what is your question again? So I'm on the...
My question is, in your oral testimony, you've said there was only one occasion that you saw money in the boot of Mr. Gigaba's motor vehicle that was in a bag, cash money. And then in another occasion, which we spoke about yesterday, when you surprised him in the study and the safe. You recall?
Yes.
That's been your oral testimony. What I'm putting to you is, we see the phrase on 3 occasions, which I've just pointed out to you, the phrase on several occasions. That's in 3 places in your affidavit. I'm I'm trying to ascertain from you, where did the notion of several occasions come from in contrast to your evidence, oral testimony?
So what it's put together, it was the several of me seeing the bag at the Gupta house. But to see the money, I saw it at Sentin and I saw it at home. But it was not the first time I saw the bag coming in and out at the Gupta's house. But when I was at the Gupta's house, I didn't see the money, I saw the bag. Then at Sentin, I saw when he was transferring the money from the bag in the boots to his bag, and also I saw it at home. So several mean like different times seeing the bag at the Gupta's house.
Would it be true to say that although you were not there when the Guptas allegedly gave money to the minister, but you would see him leave, and every time he would go there, he would carry a bag and they will give him money? Would that statement be correct?
I won't say all the time. I was not there all the time when he was there.
So where did the notion of several occasions come from?
Several occasions come from the house, and sometimes when you are there, then the bag will come in and out. That is several. There where the several come in.
But you would not use the phrase every time.
So I didn't use I won't use every time.
But now I have a transcript of your interview, your ENCA interview, which we find, and Mr. Meiber can assist me, Chair. Mine is 18 slash 2021-070. I think it's part of Mr. Gigaba's bundle.
Mr. Meiber, are you able to assist?
Yes, DCJ. You'll remember that yesterday we agreed that there were 3 documents that you would have before you. It's bundle 7B, then the transcript, and the third document is SEQ 18 of 2021. That's Mr. Gigaba's application to cross-examine Ms. Ngoma. The transcript that Mr. Solomon is referring to appears at page 68 and following of that.
Okay, I've got that file. Let me look for page 68. Yes, I've got it. I've got it. Thank you. Have you got it, Ms. Ngoma?
We are just paging. We have the file, but
you are looking for it. Okay. Okay.
Chair, I don't know if it is going to help.
Yes.
I'm in a different room down the hall.
Yes.
Now I have a pupil who's been helping me, Ms. Ngoma, navigate the papers.
Yes.
And he was somewhat now quite comfortable with what is. That's why it was easier. Now, unfortunately, he's attending class. And I know that given the nature of where we are now, it may not be helpful for me to be in the room. But I worry that it's going to be a bit difficult to navigate the papers unless I'm there. But I'm not making any.
Mr. Solomon has already said he has no objection if you are in the same room for purposes of helping with the file. He has said he has no objection.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I was not aware. So I'll try and pack up and then I'll go so that we can be able to have a smooth flow in documents going forward.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, do that. Ms. Ngoma, have you been able to find it?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, all right. Mr. Solomon.
Thank you. Now you'll see what you said. The last paragraph on page 68, you say, you say, although I was not there when they give him money, but I will see him when we leave. because every time when we go there, he used to carry a bag and they will give him money. Is that statement not correct?
So, sorry, that's at page 70, not 68.
I apologize.
Oh, I was still trying to look for it. Or is that the last few sentences of page 68 of page 70?
That's correct, DCJ.
Yes, okay, all right. Have you found the relevant portion, Ms. Ngoma?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Were those your words? Because every time when we go there, he used to carry a bag and they will give him money.
So that was my observation.
That was your observation, but now you have corrected your statement in your clarifying affidavit to say that it was not several occasions and it was not adequately or properly captured by the party who crafted your affidavit. So what did you tell them? And how did the notion of several occasions find its way in 3 different places in the affidavit?
It was.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ngoma, before you respond.
Yes.
Mr. Solomon, I understood Ms. Ngoma to say, with regard to the reference to several occasions in her affidavit, and she can just tell me if I misunderstood her. I understood her to be saying that she intended to say she had seen the bag being asked for or being carried by Mr. Gigaba at the Gupta residence on several occasions, but she did not see money at the Gupta residence, but she only saw money, I think, once at sitting in the car, sitting in the car, being transferred, and then at home. So I just want to say that's how I understood her. That's what I understood her to say. But based on your question, you seem to have understood her differently.
No, Chair, no, I understand it the same way.
Oh,
I do understand it the same way. But
okay.
But if the next question will perhaps answer, if just looking back at page 70 of the transcript, in that last paragraph, the 3rd line, you say, so then they will give him money. It was a lot of cash all the time. Did you say that?
Yes, I did.
But you never saw, as the chair has said, and as I have it, you never saw the Guptas giving Mr. Gigaba any money. So why did you say this in the interview?
Because it was a summary of what he has told me when there was money of him doing different things in terms of fixing the house. So that was the different money. So he will say, no, I will go to them to raise the money, or I will do this money from him. So I will know that the money was coming there. And he was never, Malusi never made that as a secret, that they were helping him financially. So it was the summary. So I didn't want to go into detail how, because the interview was short. So it was a summary of everything.
Well, I don't know about a summary. What I'm putting to you is, in this interview, you've used the phrase all the time, once, and every time. Now, what I want to put to you is that's a far cry from never seen him receive cash from the Guptas and only seen it once in the car and once in the safe at home. That's not all the time.
That's your vision, Mr. Solomon, of understanding it. My vision of understanding it is not that.
And you're saying that this is all put down to, when you gave your interview, it was just a summary. What do you mean by that? Summarizing what? A summary?
I was summarizing that Guptas helped him to pay for the wedding. They helped him to assist the sister to get off credit bureau. They assisted him to do the renovations at home. They assisted him to do a lot of things. So it was the summary of all those things, because in the interview, I couldn't say each and every detail. So it was the summary of everything that helping him financially.
And is this sentence a summary? Because every time when we go there, he used to carry a bag and they will give him money. But that's not true. You never saw them give him money.
I saw that. I saw anything.
So why do you say so? Let me finish. Why do you say so in the interview? I'm going to argue in due course, but I'm putting to you that what you said in the interviews is very clear. You are saying that the Guptas used to give your husband money. It was a lot of cash all the time. And you said further, because every time when we go there, he used to carry a bag and they will give him money. But now we know you never saw any of that. So why do you say so in your interview? I'm going to argue that you're deliberately trying to implicate Mr. Gigaba.
Because he's the one.
Let him finish, Ms. Ngoma. Let Mr. Solomon finish what he's putting to you.
Okay.
You're trying to falsely implicate Mr. Gigaba in wrongdoing when you did not observe any of this.
I did observe the difference between me and you were not there and I was there. And also when everything happened in the house, you were not there, I was there. And when I was asking questions to him, the answers he would give to me, you were not there, I was there. So right now, you are trying to defend something that you were not part of and I was part of. I was there with him.
Yes. No, I know I wasn't there, and nor was the chair, and that's why we're trying to understand your evidence. But the CPO officers were there. They were the ones who would bring the bag to him. Is that right?
Because he used to come and take his phone, because we used to leave the phones. So he would come and take his phone and call, say, James, please bring my bag. So the bag would go in and the bag would go out. So I didn't know in the beginning when this used to happen. So also, there were a lot of things that he used to do, and I will ask, like, where did you get the money from? He will tell me. So
yeah, but sorry, I've got to interrupt you because I've got limited time, Mr. Ngoma. You're not answering my question. The CPO officers were there when this would happen. They would bring in the phone. He would call them. They would bring him the bag. He would.
Hang on, Mr. Ngoma. Wait until Mr. Solomon has finished. Mr. Solomon.
Thank you. The CPO officers were there. They would bring the bag to him that he would put the money in. Is that correct?
I never see him putting the money. So it's you putting the...
You saw them bring the bag to him?
Yes.
Now, witness 3 gave evidence, and we have his transcript. In order to save time, I'm just going to read to you because I don't think the chair has it, but the record will speak for itself. But he was asked, I think by me or by Mr. Pretorius, and just to put it on record where it is chaired, witness 3, transcript 8 May 2021, page 78, line 6 to 79, line 17. Now, there he says he did not see where the bag had come from, and he didn't know where the bag had come from, and his evidence, none of his evidence indicated that he had ever seen a bag being brought to Mr. Gigaba and then the bag being taken back to the car at the Gupta residence. Do you want to comment on his evidence in that regard?
So in terms of that, Malusi had like 4 protectors. So it's not like everything was done by one protector. If witness 3 said that, that was witness 3. There were other protectors because Malusi had 4 protectors. And also when we're leaving, it was him carrying the bag. So he never said to them, come and take the bag back.
Your evidence is the bag would be brought to him by the close protection officers. Is that right? On each occasion?
Because he will leave the bag in the boot. Every time when we go, there was a certain
No, but just answer yes or no. Was the bag brought to him? Because that's your evidence.
Yes.
Yes. And now, witness 3, who says he was there on, I think it was 16 occasions in 2013, never once witnessed the bag, the request for the bag to be brought to him or the bag being brought to him. So your evidence is in conflict with what his evidence is in that regard. And in fact, he goes further in saying that he never saw where the bag came from. So he never saw the bag being returned to the boot of the motor vehicle.
Then I saw it.
And furthermore, witness 3 never talks about you being at the Gupta residence. There's no reference to you being at the Gupta residence with Mr. Gigaba.
We used to go there. At different times he used to go there by himself. There are times we'll go with them without me, and sometimes we will go together without them. So we were there in different times. And not all the time he will go with his 4 protectors. Sometimes we'll go with 1 protector, sometimes he will go with all of them, and sometimes we will go all of us. So you can't just put everything in 1 protector.
You know, sorry, carry on.
So, which means now you only believe witness 3, like it was Manus was only with 1 person, because we were there in different times, all of us.
Was witness 3 there when? Sorry, are you not finished? Continue.
So witness 3 saw what he saw, I saw what I saw. But what I'm telling you, most of the time I was there with him, and there were a lot of times Malusi will be there without me. He will tell me that he's going there. So what happens when I'm not there, I don't know. But what I'm talking about is when I was present.
Was witness 3 present on any of the occasions when you were there?
I don't know who's witness 3. You can tell me who's it. Okay.
Now, this bag that would be brought to Mr. Gigaba, and then he would return with it and put it in the boot of the car. You, in your statement, we go back to paragraph 54. Are you still there at 10:11?
10:11.
That's bundle.
It's where we were. It's where we were.
That's bundle 7A, page 1011. Have you found it, Ms. Ngama?
I'm still paging, Chair.
Okay.
I found it. So what line is it?
Paragraph 54. You refer to annexures A and B. In paragraph 55.2 over the page, you refer to annexures C and D. And paragraph 56, you refer to annexure A. Do you see that?
Yes, Mr. Solomon.
Now, the bag that would be brought to Mr. Gigaba, you describe that as a sports bag. Is that right?
Not a sport bag.
Is it not a sports bag?
Like a leather bag.
Mr. Solomon, you have exhausted 20 minutes. I'll give you the last 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. You say it wasn't a sports bag?
It was a leather bag.
Is it not a sports bag?
What is a sports bag?
I beg your pardon?
What is a sports bag?
No, well,
What kind of bag?
We won't debate the phrase. All I'm asking you is, to your way of thinking, it wasn't a sports bag. It's a leather bag.
It's a leather bag.
Chair, I hope there won't be feedback. Just remove the volume entirely. I just wanted to remind the chair and Mr. Solomon that in relation to the annexures, Mr. Myberg had corrected the order of annexures to identify properly with the bags that are being referred to. I hope that Mr. Solomon would be able to remember that so that it does not confuse the witness. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Solomon, continue.
Yes, now, we're aware of that. Would you not describe that bag as a sports bag, whether leather or canvas? That's all I want to know.
Just I'm not sure what I know. Malusi had 2 leather bags, big ones, and he had a small bag that he puts cash on it, and he takes the cash from the big bag. So those are the bags.
In your statement at paragraph 56, you spoke about a sports bag.
We
Page
corrected
10, 12. So you do know what a sports bag is. You used the phrase in your affidavit.
Mr. Solomon, I think in every pictures that you saw Malusi, you saw him carrying bags everywhere.
Okay.
So
all right.
He forever carrying bags with him. And those bags were there.
I'm going to, yes. Witness 3 told the commission it was the bag that he saw in the boot of Mr. Gigaba's car was not a sports bag. It was a travel bag. And I'll give you the reference, Chair. We don't need to go there.
Okay.
Just bear with me. That would be it's Witness 3, transcript 8 March 2021, page 62, line 20 to 65, line 20, where he describes the bag. So what I want to put to you is his description of the bag that you saw is totally different to the description that you have said in various places, both in your statement and in your oral testimony. Do you want to comment?
I'm not going to be commenting on it because I don't know what he spoke about, and I haven't received the affidavit of Witness 3. And also, we corrected the bags because when I wanted to take the pictures of the bags and send it to the commission, Malusi's study is always locked and he doesn't want anyone to come in. So then I had to download bags that are similar to the bag. So that's a different thing. If he allowed me to take the pictures of the bag, I was going to show you exactly what the kind of bag it is.
Okay. It's just two things more, Chair. One is, Ms. Ngoma, I'm going to argue with reference to your evidence that your counsel has referred to your oral testimony, that as read with the statement, that there are numerous contradictions in the description of the bag, whether it was A and B or C and D or A, C and D, and I just want to, in fairness, put to you that I'm going to argue that your evidence in that regard is riddled with contradictions. And if we are given permission to make submissions, we're going to make submissions in regard to that. You can comment if you choose to, you don't have to.
I think your client can just give you those bags to make it easier so that you don't have to ask me a lot of questions about them, because I'm not allowed to go to the room because I can go there and take them, or unless he allows me to take them.
Okay, then just one last thing. In your evidence, and in order to save time, I'll just give Chair the reference. It was Ms. Ngoma's evidence of 20 May 2021 at page 215. You told the chair that
sorry, can you please wait? I'm paging that.
I beg pardon?
Can you please give me a second? I'm just paging that. 2020?
20 May 2021, page 215.
215. Okay, I've got that.
You say, I'm just reading from the sentence starting, because most of the time when something would be on the paper, Malusi would never tell me. Do you see that?
I see the last line.
Do you have the sentence, because most of the time? It's line 918, page 215.
Yes.
Because most of the time when something would be on the paper, Malusi would never tell me. So I will hear maybe when people are sending me messages, oh, sorry about what happened. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes.
And then on the previous page, page 214, you also said that you were not even allowed to watch the news most of the time or read newspapers as well. The sentence starts with, I do not even understand why he will talk about the media. Do you have that?
Yes, I see that.
Now, you also said that Mr. Gigaba was upset when you surprised him in his study and said, why did you not knock on the door? Is that right? Is that because he didn't want you to see what he was doing with the cash that you allegedly saw? Is that what you inferred from him being startled? You're not sure. And anyway, I want to put to you that the evidence that I have referred you to now at page 214 and 215, and your evidence about him reprimanding you about not knocking when you surprised him in his study, is inconsistent with someone who would have willingly and openly taken you to the Gupta home, where you would be privy to what was going to be discussed in the meetings, because your evidence is you heard this beforehand, and being privy to all the information that you say Mr. Gigaba told you in your statement. And I'm going to argue that your evidence in that regard is so improbable that it should be rejected. You can comment if you want, you don't have to.
I think the reason he was shocked, because to me, when you say the money is for the money is for elections, and then because most of the time you will say you will declare things is either the gift, you will declare them to Parliament. So now when you're packing the money on the safe, if the money is for elections, why are you packing it at home? Because you're supposed to take it to the, I don't know, it's supposed to go to Parliament or literally because you said he was the head of elections raising money. So why are you packing it at home? Maybe that was his shock on it.
Mr. Solomon, was that your last question?
That's my last question, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Thank you,
okay.
Chair.
Okay, thank you. Counsel for Ms. Mngoma, do you intend to re-examine?
Indeed, Chair, I had requested.
Yes.
But looking at the feedback, it looks like I'll just need 5 minutes to relocate back to my boardroom.
Okay, and how long do you estimate you might need? Obviously, I will decide in the end, but do you have an idea how much time?
Indeed, Chair, no more than 30 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Let's take the 5 minutes so that you can relocate, and then we'll continue. Okay, all right. Yeah, Jen.
Yeah. Most. Our marriage were exposed to a lot of scandals, which were exposed to a lot of scandals, which sometimes if I come, I tell him that, Malusi, I saw this maybe in the paper. What is happening? Because most of the time when something would be on the paper, Malusi would never tell me. Now, this is the part that Mr. Solomon referred to. And I'm reading this first part, particularly first for the chair, because I would like Ms. Ngoma to clarify this particular aspect. Now, Ms. Ngoma, the question you were asked by Mr. Solomon was only limited to saying you were simply not allowed to watch TV. Can you clarify properly with me, having taken you this paragraph, exactly what you meant by that?
So when I meant that, most of the time on Sundays, I will see papers. It's either maybe we're driving together, or I will see messages from people. They say, sorry, Norma, about what happened. And I didn't even know what happened because we're not buying papers at home. Malusi didn't want papers at home. And then when sometimes I will ask the person who's saying sorry, because when I'm receiving a lot of messages, people will send me the story. And then I will ask him, what is this story about? Then she will start maybe saying, oh no, maybe I was blackmailed, this girl was used. There was the big scandal after we got married. And then it was all over in papers. And Malusi made a statement that he never met that woman. And I only saw it, it was all over. We were on front page, even on the magazines we were on front page, and I didn't know about it. And he knew. And what was shocking, so when I will go see you, maybe on his Instagram, Malusi already made a statement. All the time when there were those scandals, Malusi will sit with his PR person, they will write together. Then he will say, my wife and I are saying this to the story. So I will ask him, why would you write stories and make a statement without coming to me? Because firstly, I didn't even know about that story. I don't even know about the affair that Malusi had. So there were a lot of affairs that were coming every time we were on paper. And then Malusi says, no, they called me on Thursday. I didn't want to bother you. But I was like, but when you are making the statement, he used to make statement and says, my wife and I. So which means I'm part of that. And I didn't agree to it. And I didn't like those things. And he didn't want me to see the papers. That's part of it. And when Malusi was, when he was reshuffled to go back to Home Affairs from Finance, he didn't want me to watch TV most of those time because he said the top six, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, they removed him. He was removed unfairly. So then I mustn't watch TV because these people, they sold me out. Then I didn't understand because the time Malusi used to have TNA breakfast meetings, if I didn't go with him, he will tell me I need to wake up and watch when the time it was so right. It was 2014 when everything was right with the Guptas and himself. And I would watch. Like all of a sudden, I was not allowed to watch TV because he had a problem with the current administration. Two, with all those papers, I had a problem even when there was a pornography that came out. And when that came out, I heard it from people. And Malusi already, I was at church when that thing was leaked. And the video, the sex video about Malusi, I was at church. And when I came back, Malusi already made a statement at 7 o'clock. And we went to church together. He didn't tell me all the way. And I was shocked why he was coming with me at church because we never went to church together. And he already made a statement that my wife and I, the video was meant for my wife. And he never talked to me about that video. So when I asked him about it, like, why are you including me with things that got nothing to do with me? And also, why when you talk to papers, because I know papers, they will call you about the story and they will tell him. So he knew everything, but he was not honest in entire our marriage. So then he said, no, the video, it was leaked. One of the top 6 member, which I don't want to reveal the name. So, and those people, they were used to destroy his political career. So every time when there's something on the paper, he will say, no, it's a political agenda. They want to remove me because I'm groomed to be a president. I'm going to be a president. So this president thing, it was all over in his head all the time. But I had a problem, like now I have to put in the cage where I can't be anywhere because Malusi doesn't want me to hear things. And also to prove it to that, there was a time when Malusi was a Minister of Finance, and it was announced that the budget must be tightened. So with the spouses, most of the time, they mustn't travel to save money. But Malusi traveled with me most of all those trips because he didn't want me to stay in South Africa while he was traveling. He wanted to travel with me in all those trips so that he can keep me not to see anything, what's happening about him. And when we came back on those trips, then there was a big noise. I think it was from EFF. They were asking why we're spending taxpayers' money, why he was traveling with me. And Malusi said, no, you mustn't worry about them. Let's continue going. Because I remember even when we were in Washington, I posted a picture when we arrived, and it was such a big scandal that I was with him. They was like, why he was traveling with me? Because what he was doing, wherever he goes, he didn't want to leave me. He wanted me to be here so that I mustn't hear this. And also the lies he keep on feeding me. And my problem was trusting him, every information that he was giving me. And the day I realized that Malusi was lying, especially when it comes to the video, on the pornographic video, there was no one was pointing a gun in his head, because he said to me, someone from the top 6 stole the video from iPhone. I know how iPhone works. There's no way someone stole that video. Even someone stole the video, he did the video by himself. But for him to say the video, send it to me, then I asked him why the video didn't arrive to me then. And also, why every time when we have like marital problems, you always bring, you always bring like political things. People, this girl, I know this girl threw herself to me, or she was bought by people. All those things will always coming up, and Malusi will come and just say different things, why everything happened. So for me, when Malusi is saying, I never said I want a divorce, after that video, like our marriage was just apart. That's where we started to sleep in different bedrooms. And because Malusi never wanted to be held accountable, right? Even today, all these things, he's busy saying this thing because he wants me to be held accountable by his kind of, not him who was part of it.
Well, Miss Ngoma, I do need to stop you a bit, Chair. I don't mean to.
Yeah, you see,
I don't mean to stop the witness, but I do have a time, so I want to limit my witness accordingly.
I wanted to tell you, Miss Ngoma, that the more time you use, the fewer the questions are going to be that your counsel will be able to ask you. So,
thank you very much, Chair.
All right.
Thank you very much. I'll move to the second question. I would want us to move to the second issue that was canvassed yesterday strongly with you. It was the issue about your car, the issue that you are currently driving. An impression was created that because you do not give the information about your car, you are a liar and you are trying to portray some things that you are otherwise lying about. I would want you to clarify, based on the discussions that you had with Mr. Solomon yesterday, the issues about your car and why it is critical that you do not want to divulge such information before the commission today.
Firstly, I bought the car myself, and I don't want to say how I bought the car, but I haven't fully paid the car. I put the deposit, I sold my other car, and Malusi knows that the other car that I had. And also, the registration about my car, it's private, which I didn't understand why Mr. Solomon wanted to put my registration out there in public, which I don't think he can do that to himself, but maybe he was doing that for his client. And also the information about the car, for me, it's my safety, my car, because there's a lot of, and I request Mr. Solomon, even the commission, to respect that part, that the car that I'm driving, wherever I am, it must be kept private because of all the security concerns that are around my life. And also on Malusi's affidavit, he said the car, it was given me by the intelligence. So I would want them to prove that, like how the intelligence will benefit to give me, or maybe NPA, because he counted all those people. How Malusi involved me with all those people, the intelligence and everyone, which is not true.
You have said further to the issue of the white BMW. The question that was raised, or principally the statement that was made, was that you benefited from what you say is corrupt proceeds. You benefited from a corrupt relationship that you say your husband had with the Guptas. Can you please clarify properly the issue of the white BMW and the benefit you are said to have derived from the use of the vehicle?
I hear that about the car, I benefited from the corrupt money, which is not true. So when Malusi gave me that car, and also when the whole, I will try to sum up everything because of time. When the whole plotted the arrest with the Hawks and Malusi, which are his friends, when everything happened, Malusi knew that everything happened long time ago with the car. I've been with him like almost 10 years. I won't remember each and everything because I was not spying on his life. The reason there was the plot of those police to come and take my information, and there was a judge, there was a ruling by the judgment by Judge Sadiwala that they must give back my information. Until today, my information is not there. Malusi did that in purpose because he knew that if I go to the commission and if I talk to the commission, he knows that my information is not returned back, and it will be hard for me to say the dates when exactly this happened. When did I receive the car? When the car went, we traveled to this place and this place. So he did that deliberately. And that's the reason he wanted to go fetch the police from Mpumalanga so that my information is not returned back. If I have my information, I will just show the pictures of the car. And also, I will have even everything that is a proof in my emails, the exchange of messages between those guys who is his friend. So he deleted all those things. That's the reason my information is not even back right now. So that when I speak, I will look like a liar. So all this is just a strategy for him to run away from what he's doing with those Gupta people.
Now that almost reminds me of an issue I would have missed, and that takes me to the issue of your CV. Mr. Solomon made the statement, he said, you are holding yourself out to be a graduate of Henley School. I know you raised the question to say, where is the CV where I have done so? But I would like you to assist the chair to understand, and if necessary, demonstrate to the chair what this issue is all about.
So when it comes to this city that Malusi is talking about, it's unfortunate that my personal life is now the issue in this whole Malusi's doing and everything by Mr. Solomon and himself. And also yesterday I took like liberty to go to look at the CV that he was talking about because I've never applied anywhere with that CV. The CV is at home. And also I went exactly to that Henley because Mr. Solomon said, I studied at Henley. And also there's an assignment that is left, but I preferred, like I graduated to Henley, which I didn't. So on my CV, when it comes to that Henley thing, it says to date, currently to date, because I didn't finish. I studied the whole year at Henley Business School, and Malusi and I, we traveled to, there was a mid-break, we traveled to Russia. When we got back, I caught a cold in Russia. There was one test that I need to write and I was sick, so I couldn't write it. And then the school said I have to arrange with my lecturer, which was in Cape Town, and I didn't arrange that with him. But I finished the whole course. I didn't graduate. There's no anywhere I've said I've graduated at Henley, but I studied at Henley. So Mr. Solomoni, he will say where I said I've graduated at Henley, because for me in my CV it says Henley to date, which means I haven't graduated at Henley, but I studied at Henley full time.
Ms. Ngoma has made available her CV, should it be requested, and will make it available. And she has requested that if necessary, she would love to be furnished with the CV that is referred to, because she says that is the only CV she possesses, and will happily make available the copy to the commission.
Okay.
And I must indicate, Chair, that I have personally looked at the CV, and it indicates under Henley Business School, current to date, Henley Business School. And therefore, I think that is as far as I can take it, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Now, Goma, coming back to So, Chair, I think it would probably be important to highlight what became critical. So this morning, Ms. Ngoma says to me, when somebody says lift your hand, what does that mean? And pronounce your name and indicate 1, 2, 3. I said that's taking an oath, and I think it is important that you explain this part importantly to the Commission, as the chair raised an issue specifically. So what, and I think maybe it will be important to say this, that when questions are asked, which is what I've observed with Mr. Solomon, I think it is a bit important to break down the question to easier understanding, so that when somebody answers, they know exactly what the question means. I'm saying this to say this, Chair, that the question that Ms. Ngoma asked me this morning gave me one impression, and one impression only. And that, and I will ask Ms. Ngoma to address the chair on this one, and that she would have been asked to take an oath on the affidavit that was commissioned before the commission. And I said to Mr. Ngoma,
I think you just have to put questions to her, which are aimed at clarifying what happened.
Indeed, Chair, thank you very much. I just thought, Ms. Ngoma, I think let's go back to the questions that you were referring to this morning, specifically when you were talking about the gentleman asking you to raise your hand. Can you please explain that process to the chair, as this was an issue that was of grave concern yesterday?
So, because when Mr. Solomon was asking to take the oath, so for me, when I thought of the oath, I thought of the formal way how the commission did the oath. You say this and this. So when we did, when we was there with Tembega and the attorney was like, raise your hand. So then for me, it was like a joke. I was like, left or right? No, and we all laughed. They're like, no, raise your right hand. And I don't even remember where he asked, but it was like he was asking that, do you understand this part? So then I said, because he was reading where he read for me, then I did that. So I didn't know that doing that was like taking like an oath in a formal way, because for me, I thought like taking an oath is such a formal way it was done, because the way it was done, we did it like randomly because we're in the office. And so I think I didn't understand it. Then I can put it that way.
Well, did he ask you to, did he say to you, you are going to need to take an oath or anything along those lines? Did he say anything like that?
He said, listen, Ngoma, raise your hand. So I said left or right, and then we just laughed about which hand must I raise, and then I did, like he said, like your right hand. Then I did. Then he was like, I want to read the last part before you sign. So read it to you so that you understand. So he read that, and then I signed. So I don't remember exactly what happened on that oath when we were doing it, because it's not formal like the way it's done at the commission. Because at the commission, it's so. Because when I asked that lady for the first time, I asked her, what does it mean when you ask me this? What does it mean? What doesn't he explain? So we didn't go like that with that attorney when I was doing that. So in the commission, they explained it properly to me. So everything when I was saying that's what they mean. If I'm saying yes to this. So I'm saying no to this. So it was more formal and more understanding for me.
Did he ask you whether you would take an oath or affirmation?
He said an oath.
So he did ask you whether you were going to take an oath?
Yes, it's just like I don't remember properly everything that he asked, because it was not in a formal manner.
Did he ask you whether you considered the oath binding on your conscience?
I think he did.
did he ask you whether you had read the affidavit?
I said the parts of it, because that time we didn't read the whole affidavit.
But did he ask you whether you had read it?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember? And
Yes.
did he ask you whether you understood the contents of the affidavit and whether you believe them to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
So he read the last part where I signed. On that last part where I signed, so he read that.
When you say he read the last part, you see in the affidavit, in an affidavit, there would be a part where you, the deponent to the affidavit, sign, and then below that,
Yes.
there would be what we call the Commissioner of Oath certificate. That is where
Yes.
the commissioner is certifying that you acknowledge that you knew, you know, and understand the contents of the affidavit, and that you have said that you have no objection to taking the prescribed oath, and that you consider the oath binding on your conscience, and that you have said the contents of the affidavit are both true and correct. And thereafter, there's a space for him to sign as Commissioner of Oaths. So the certificate of Commissioner of Oaths certificate is where, as the Commissioner of Oaths, he is basically saying, before signing, this is what you confirmed. So are you in a position to say you confirmed these things before him?
I think I did, but it was in a very formal and explanatory manner. If I can.
Did you say formal or informal?
It was not formal. It was informal.
It was not formal.
If I can put it
Was
that
it casual?
It was casual, because while we were doing, they were chatting with Tempega, and it was randomly happened.
Okay. Okay, all right. Okay, continue.
I just wanted to refer Ms. Ngoma to page 1017 of her, it's Annex A of her affidavit.
I'm there.
I wanted you to look at this picture and then also see the picture at 1019. It's just the next page.
Yes.
1019, that is written C. The first one is A, the second one is C.
Well, there's a B in between.
Indeed, Chair, I'm just skipping B because to me they almost look the same. I can only see the differences as if they're just positioned differently. So I thought I might just as well consider them as one bag.
Okay.
Ms. Ngoma, when you talk about the bags that Mr. Kigaba used to carry out of the Gupta residence, when you were there, even if it was whatever time that you saw him carrying out a bag, which bag are you referring to between A and C?
C, he used to carry out the big one. So and the A, sorry.
And the bag that he used to put money while you say he would be going into a mall or when he was going into shopping complexes, which bag was that?
Is the bag A that he still has now.
It is the bag A. Chair, I don't think I have any other questions. I think those are all the clarification questions that we wanted for purposes of our witness.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you very much. You kept within your time.
I had a time stopper.
Okay, all right. Mr. Maybeck, do you have some questions?
Yes, I do, DCJ, if I may. I won't take more than 5 minutes.
Okay, all right. You may go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mangoma.
Good afternoon, Mr. Maybeck.
I just want to ask you 1 or 2 questions about the production of your affidavit.
Yes.
And I'd like to focus in on a particular period, and that is the period between the 25th of February, when Mr. Masuku delivered a USB to Advocate Ngatobi's chambers, and
Yes.
the 6th of March, when you signed your 2 affidavits. So it's that period, 25 February to 6th of March. In your evidence, as I have it, you spoke in relation to this period about you having met with Tembeka, according to my notes, and gone through it, which I assume was the affidavit with Tembeka. Did you do that during the period 25 February to 6 March?
There's one time, I think after the couple of meetings that we had, they did the whole draft, the first draft, and they sent it to Tembeka. Then myself and Tembeka said, let's meet at his chambers. And we sat there. We went through it in his office. And then Tembeka said he's going to make notes where I didn't agree because there were certain parts of it that I didn't agree with. Then Tembeka said he will talk to them.
Okay, so that's what I just wanted to confirm. When you went through it with Advocate Ngatobi, you obviously raised with him the concerns that you
Yes.
may have had, correct?
Yes.
Now, if we get to the 6th of March, you gave some evidence yesterday to the effect that on that day, both you and Mr. Advocate Ngatobi were scared because, according to my notes, you said that you received some report of somebody being shot on that day. Does my note capture it correctly?
Tembeka told me that.
So perhaps, Chair, I can just play.
It was like of a witness. There was something happened with the witness, I think.
Yeah. So, Chair, if I could just place this on record.
Yes.
On Monday, the 8th of March, 2021, you may recall that Mr. Solomon cross-examined witness 3.
Mm.
At the outset of the proceedings on that day, Advocate Pretorius placed on record that reports had been received of an alleged attempted assassination of witness 1 on Saturday, the 6th of March. He placed on record that that had been widely reported and it was being investigated by the Commission. So, Ms. Mangoma, I just wanted to go back then. The 6th of March was the same day upon which you signed your affidavit. Is that correct? Ms. Mangoma?
I think so.
All right. Now, you say what we know is that Advocate Ngatobi represented you throughout your interactions with the Commission. And in fact, you've told the Chair this afternoon, went with you to the Commissioner of Oaths on the 6th of March, correct?
Yes.
Now, you say that in answer to Mr. Solomon's questions, you said that you didn't read the affidavit on that day. And I think in response to your own advocate's questions just now, you may have mentioned that you didn't read the whole affidavit that day. what exactly did transpire? So you've told us that you were scared and you then signed the affidavit.
Okay. So what happened? Tembeka wanted me. I think before we heard about someone was assassinated, like that attempt. So we wanted to have the affidavit. We wanted to sit down with it, which you raised with the commission. And the commission, they said, no, we will give the affidavit to you. So when Tembeka received that call, or before that, I told Tembeka that, Tembeka, I'm receiving threats. There are people calling me every day. They want my affidavit. So Tembeka was like, what are they saying? They say, then I told them, I still even have it on my WhatsApp. They said, I mustn't go to the state capture. And also, I called him as well. I said, like, I'm still receiving the death threats. People, they saying, if I go to the commission, they're going to kill me because they groomed Malusi for years to be a president. They will never allow me to stand between Malusi and becoming a president. So then when those calls were happening, then I stopped taking the calls. And then the calls were coming. In a day, I would receive more than 50 calls. And then I called Sakile. I told Sakile about that. I'm like, Sakile, I'm receiving a lot of calls every day. People want my affidavit. They even say they can meet up with me somewhere. I give them my affidavit. And I told them, I don't have my affidavit. Even when the media called, they wanted my affidavit. Then I said, I don't have my affidavit with me. So then what happened, Tembeka said, I need to tell the commission. So I told Sakile. Sakile said, I spoke to the head of the security of the commission, and they saying, like, can you please give us the proof, like the screenshots of the call, which I did. Then they will see someone who will just call maybe each and every second if I'm dropping the call, or if I don't take the call, they will call me almost the whole day. And if I had a choice, I was going to switch off my phone. Just because of my kids, I couldn't switch off my phone because I had to know what's happening with them. So then when that happens, when people, they were saying me, like, if I go to the commission, they're going to kill me and they want my affidavit. When I told Tembeka, and when we heard about this call of the attempted assassination, so Tembeka was scared. He was like, no, these people now, they're going to come for me because I'm representing you. And also myself, I said, I'm so scared to keep the affidavit. So I think on the meeting, we told them that we prefer the commission to keep the copies for us for our safety, because we felt like myself and Tembeka were not safe. So on that day when Tembeka came, he was a bit scared, and I was scared as well myself. And I even said to him, I don't know, maybe I must sleep at home or must I go somewhere, because I don't know, because they even told me, and I told Sakile, that they said they are following me everywhere. They know where I'm going. So if I still go to the commission, then they will kill me. And that's where the affidavit, when Tembeka came, he was like, let's just go through this, let's just sign quickly. I want to go drop it quickly to maybe to Mr. Paul Pretorius, so that I don't have this affidavit. I don't want with us. So it was like both of us. I don't think he didn't want me to go through my affidavit, but I think he was scared, and also myself, I was scared. It was more of that.
I just want then to ask you this last question in relation to this. You had previously raised concerns about the contents of the affidavit with Advocate Ngatobi. At the time that you signed it, did you think that those concerns had been attended to or not?
With the last meeting we had with them, they said they were going to correct the mistakes. So I thought they corrected, so which it's me who assumed that they corrected them.
So you assumed that the mistakes, as you put it, had been corrected?
I thought so.
All right. And then in relation to those mistakes, can I just take you, please, to your clarification affidavit that you find in bundle 7B at page 1027.8?
You said 7B, Mr.
Bundle 7B, yes, Chairperson. Sorry, 7A. 7A.
Yeah, 7A, yeah. Okay, I've got 7A. And you said the page in number is?
127.8.
127.
Sorry, 1027.8. Right at the back.
Okay. Okay, I've got it.
I got it as well.
And then if we go, please, to 1027.11. You've previously testified about this, but the corrections that you make to the affidavit, they are set out in paragraph 5. Is that correct? So you'll see that they dealt with in 7 subparagraphs, 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, 5.5, 5.6, and then over the page, it's incorrectly numbered 5.1 in those 7 subparagraphs. Is that right?
Yes.
And you will see that in 3 of those subparagraphs, you make corrections. You correct something in relation to the Waterkloof visit. You correct the date of the India trip. And you correct the number of times that you saw Mr. Gigaba transferring money into a bag. And in the other 4 paragraphs, you make the statement that you had no personal knowledge of various things. The cabinet positions and dates that Mr. Gigaba occupied, the position that Gugu Gigaba occupied at Transnet, and also you say you had no personal knowledge of Mr. Gigaba having approved the early naturalization of the certain members of the Gupta family. That's what you deal with in those 7 paragraphs. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then I just want to go back in time before the 25th of February. What we know is that your face-to-face interaction with the Commission started on the 21st of January. We know that your affidavit was signed on the 3rd of March. I just ask you to confirm that in all the meetings that you had with the Commission, from the 21st of January, I beg your pardon, to the 3rd of March when you signed the affidavit, Advocate Ngatobi was present. Is that correct?
Yes.
And insofar as you, during the course of those meetings, raised concerns about the content of your affidavit, those concerns were then raised in the presence of your legal representative, correct? Correct, Ms. Mangoma?
Yes.
And then just one last thing. When you testified previously about what happened on the 25th of February, remember on that day, Mr. Masuku delivers the USB to Mr. Ngatobi's chambers. You've explained all of this. You've explained to the commissioner that the secretary didn't want to print you out a copy because it was marked confidential. You went on in your evidence to say that what happened, as far as I remember after that, is that they dropped off a hard copy. Do I understand you to have said that you then received, after the 25th of February, a hard copy of the affidavit?
So yes, Tembega told me about that. They didn't drop it to me.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. We have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Maybeck. Thank you, Ms. Mngoma, and thank you to your counsel. Thank you, Mr. Solomon. Thank you, Mr. Maybeck. We've come to the end of Ms. Mngoma's evidence. And again, thank you for availing yourself, Ms. Mngoma. I will then adjourn to allow you to go out of the screen. I must just check whether Mr. Selega has joined. Mr. Selega, are you around? Okay, I'm going to adjourn and then we'll, the registrar will connect with him. That is for either our next witness or a witness that we might slot in before the next witness. So we'll adjourn for now for 10 minutes, but otherwise, Mr. Maybeck and counsel for Ms. Mngoma and Mr. Solomon, you are excused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
finishes, then I would be available, then I hear her. So the position is when we finish with Mr. Govender, which might be in an hour and a half's time or thereabout, I will check if Ms. Pula is available. We can slot her in quickly. If she's not available, I can slot in Mr. Nair.
Can I seek your indulgence for Mr. Nair and my attorney of record to be excused for a comfort break for an hour? I don't see us starting with them.
No, that's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. I think due to the lapse of time, Chairperson, Mr. Governor might have to be sworn in or...
Yes. Yeah, the registrar will administer the oath.
Mr. Governor, will you be taking the oath of the affirmation?
The oath, ma'am.
State your full names for the record.
Purushottam Govender.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I do not.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
You solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Governor.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Governor, last time when we were leading your evidence, I touched on one of the reasons for the termination of the Master Services Agreement.
Yes, Chair.
And may I just summarize, Chairperson, sorry, we traversed the issue of the Master Services Agreement, the issues arising in relation thereto leading Mr. Governor's evidence, and we will finalize on that before we go into the corporate plan, which is much shorter than the Master Services Agreement issues. And Mr. Governor, that reason, which I thought was in the submission to the BTC on the reasons for seeking a termination of the Master Services Agreement, is in fact found in Mr. Mabelane's affidavit, as I also articulated. And Mr. Mabelane deals with that in his affidavit in ESCOM Bundle 14. I could simply read it out to you. It's ESCOM Bundle 14C, page 702.64. On the electronic version is page 2267. So that's...
Advocate, if you forgive me, I'm not even going to go there. I would trust your reading out of it. Given our technical challenges, maybe we just go there. Yeah.
Mr. Doughlin will double check me.
If I have the page number like I have now, I will indeed.
Yeah. 2267, paragraph 12.17.
I'm there, Mr. Chair.
And that reason, I'm not gonna read all of them, but the reason is at the bottom, which I'm focusing on. And he writes, let me, for context purposes, read the paragraph from the middle. For termination was insufficient progress made on the issues raised during the first steering committee meeting. The increasing pressure by other service providers to be included in other aspects of the corporate plan on a similar basis as McKinsey, particularly after the implementation of the panel contracts for management consultants. And there's the reason he's giving, the increasing dominant view driven by Eskom's compliance department that the contract offends National Treasury Instruction Note 2013/2014, which is that instruction note you refer to. So were you aware of this, Mr. Governor?
Chair, I think we traversed, in fact, I'm sure we traversed the reasons for termination as was decided by the steering committee and as presented in the board submission of the 6th of June, 2016. I honestly was not aware that Mr. Mabalani was concerned about this added reason. And I suppose that would have to be asked from Mr. Mabalani, because he certainly didn't convey that to me. As you would recall, Chair, Mr. Mabalani approved the submission that went to the BTC. And I suppose one could argue when it actually eventually ended up at the BTC, but as we did the last time. But my recollection was coming out of the steering committee, this is the reasons that we decided why we would terminate. And Mr. Mabalani supported that. So I honestly can't help you there, Chair, in the sense of what he's written as the final remark.
Yes.
Yeah. But he seems to attribute that not to himself, but to Eskom's compliance department. Do you have
yes,
any
Chair.
comment? Yeah. Are you able
No,
to say
Chair.
anything about that?
No, Chair, because I was not aware of any ongoing pressure myself from the compliance team.
Yes. When Mr. Koko testified, he mentioned that one of the reasons that compounded the situation, and he used the word compounding the situation, was the fact that McKinsey had made a decision not to engage Trillion. And so a BEE partner would not be contracted by their main supplier. And that was one of the reasons compounding the situation, and therefore putting impetus on the termination of the agreement. Do you have anything to say on that?
Chair, my recollection is that, as you would know, we received a letter from McKinsey on the 30th of, Advocate, you'll correct me if I don't get the dates 100% correct. On the 30th of March, yes, on March 30th of March 2016. And my recollection of the events thereafter was that in the steering committee discussions, there was an agreement that, and as I alluded the last time I was at the commission, that there would be work would continue with McKinsey and Trillion. I don't know, or I never picked up in the steering committee that one of the key reasons why we would terminate is because they would not be moving forward with Trillion. I do recall that there was still a requirement from McKinsey to come forward with an alternative BEE partner.
Okay. But you know that Dr. Weiss says the MSA was terminated prior to McKinsey could secure another BEE partner.
Yes, Chair, I'm aware of that.
We also understand from the evidence of Ms. Motepu that Mr. Singh was unhappy with the McKinsey not to.
Sorry, Advocate, I missed that last part. If you could repeat.
Yes. We understand also from the evidence of Ms. Motepu that Mr. Singh was unhappy with McKinsey's decision not to engage Trillion.
Chair, I cannot comment on that because that was not one of the discussion topics at the steering committee, as far as I can recollect. Hello, Chair.
Mr. Selega?
Yes, Chair, I can hear you. I think the connection, oh, Mr. Fresh has come, Mr. Governor has come back.
Well, I could hear him.
Oh, was it on my side?
He finished his answer to you.
I would like him to repeat. I didn't hear it, Chair.
Oh, okay. Mr. Governor, do you want to repeat that?
Yes, Chair. I was posed the question as to whether there was that Mr. Singh was unhappy about Trillion not going forward as McKinsey's BE partner, and my answer to advocate was that was not indicated in the steering committee discussions insofar as the reasons why we would terminate the contract.
Mr. Governor, do you know Mr. Aziz Laher?
I know him. Yes, Chair, I do.
Yeah. I have drawn your attention to his affidavit, in which he makes reference to a meeting during or about October 2015, where he was called, he says, to Mr. Koko's office, and present in the office was, amongst others, Mr. Mabelane and yourself, and some officials from McKinsey. And in that meeting, he says he was asked by Mr. Koko to explain why is he holding up Mr. Koko's business with his view, Mr. Laher, that a deviation application was required. Do you recall that meeting?
Yes, Chair, I do recall the meeting. And I do recall that we were called up to Mr. Koko's office.
And can you recall what was discussed in that meeting?
Chair, to be honest with you, it's been a while ago. I do not recall every bit of the detail that, and I read through Mr. Laher's affidavit, so I do not recall all the details that he vividly remembers, but I do acknowledge that when we left the meeting, the conclusion was that we would seek National Treasury, we would seek external legal advice insofar as the National Treasury issue was concerned.
Yes. And that advice was ultimately sought from Advocate Kennedy, is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Do you know what advice he gave?
Chair, I do. I read the advice. I do not recall all the details, but I do remember reading the advice.
So the advice, or the opinion, advised that National Treasury approval was necessary for Eskom to conclude the MSA. You remember that?
Yes, Chair, I do remember that. That was his advice, in the sense that the practice note, he had doubts as to whether that practice note was superseded or not, as explained in the last session. So I do recall it in that vein.
Yes. And he was, I don't know whether you know this, but that he was given the opinion that you mentioned last time of Mazwi, Ledwaba and Mazwi attorneys in order to comment, because that opinion was different from his. Were you aware of that?
Chair, I cannot recall that, whether he was actually given because that, advocate, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm speaking through you, Chair, was that the one that came from McKinsey?
Yes, correct.
Yes, I don't recall that, but I'm sure that if you say that was the case, then that was the case.
Okay. Okay. Well, the reason I was going there is because when you look at the sequence of events, after he was given the opinion of Ledwaba Mazwi Abtenis to review in order to give his second opinion, Eskom proceeded to provide McKinsey with a letter of acceptance without waiting for his opinion.
Chair, I wasn't aware of that.
Aware of that. Okay.
I did not recall that. I do not recall that we or Eskom did not wait for his opinion or the second opinion.
Okay, well, we've traversed the issue of this
yes, Chair.
National Treasury approval extensively on the last occasion. Can we go to the payments to McKinsey and particularly to Trillion? Because by the time these payments are made, this is after termination of the contract. The contract is terminated on the 16th of June, 2015, or as I said, the purported termination. And the payments would then be made after your submission to the BTC that an amount of 1.8 billion had been negotiated. So by this time, Eskom knew that Trillion was never a BEE partner to McKinsey. So I would like you to explain to the chairperson, how did Eskom make payments directly to McKinsey under the MSA, when I should also add that Eskom did not have a contract directly with McKinsey, with Trillion.
Trillion. Chair, as I alluded the last time I was at the commission, the payments process followed firstly an approval process by the steering committee. Secondly, that process then led to an approval process by the board. Mr. Mabalani subsequently requested the necessary invoices from both Trillion and McKinsey. And those invoices, Mr. Mabalani requested me to support them in light of the steering committee approvals based on the WAVE tool and its approvals or its subsequent documentation of the various payment trigger points insofar as the project management side was concerned. Mr. Mabalani then approved those invoices, and it was submitted to the procurement department for processing. I did raise the issue of direct payment to Trillion, and I raised the issue back at the time when we were dealing with the corporate plan. Mr. Mabalani at that time assured me that this was not uncommon in Eskom, insofar as a subcontractor without a direct contract with Eskom being paid. The invoices then were started to be processed within the commercial or the procurement department, and then obviously ended up into the finance space for eventual payment. And I must say, Chair, there was no issue raised with me at the time to say that Trillion cannot be paid. And I don't know whether the procurement team raised it with Mr. Mabalani, but certainly with me, there was no issue raised with me regarding the direct payment to Trillion.
So you were saying are you saying that the first approval for these invoices directly to Trillion was made by the steering committee?
Yes, correct, Chair.
The steering committee that was headed by Mr. Anand Singh.
Correct, Chair.
The steering committee in which Mr. Koko also served.
Correct, Chair.
Then yourself and Mr. Mabelani and the others.
Yes, and the various stream leads, and it was probably more than 20 to 30 people at the steering committee, and I'm sure you've seen, Advocate, through your chair, the membership and the composition, but everybody that was vexed in the program and led the various streams was seated at that those steering committee meetings.
Well, Mr. Koko has testified strenuously before the commission that he did not believe in payments directly to Trillion because Trillion didn't have a contract with Eskom. So what would be your comment on that?
Chair, I cannot comment on that unless Advocate is asking me a direct question, but I don't know why Mr. Koko would say that. I cannot answer for him.
Yeah. Well, what I'm trying to say to you is this, that if the steering committee of which he was part approved payments directly to Trillion, what do you say about his version that he could not authorize payments to Trillion because Trillion didn't have a contract with Eskom? Because there seems to be a conflict in the two versions.
Unfortunately, Chair, I cannot assist with that because I don't know why you would say that. In my view, if Mr. Koko felt that it was not prudent at the time to pay Trillion, then I suppose today I'm asking myself, with hindsight being 2020 vision, why was that not raised at the time?
You mean, did he not raise it at the time, that Eskom cannot pay Trillion directly because Eskom doesn't have a contract with Trillion?
Certainly not with me, Chair.
Well, he's asked us to ask you why you authorize payments to Trillion. Did you authorize payments directly to Trillion?
No, Chair. As I said, there was a flow of approvals, and my only role in the payments was to support what was approved at the steering committees. And then Mr. Mabalani approved the document because the invoices, because he had, in terms of the contract, the necessary delegation of authority.
Well, talking of that authority, Mr. Koko referred us to a document, and I would like to refer you to the document in Eskom Bundle 15. On page 15.
15B or C or A?
Yes, thank you, Chair. 15 bracket C. 15 bracket C, page 1547. The electronic pagination is 1550.
I'm trusting you on that one, Advocate, through you, Chair.
That's fine.
Mr. Chair, I also have to go with what Mr. Seleka says. I don't have the electronic bundle 15. I've got 8, 14, and I've got a number of others. I don't have 15 in my bundle.
Oh.
But I think we can proceed. I'm not going to interrupt the process.
Okay, all right.
Let me.
What page did you say, Mr. Selega?
The hard copy is 1547, Chair.
1547.
1547. Mr. Naika, the bundle 15 was sent to you. Mr.
Advocate, I think I know what you're talking about. So let's proceed without delaying.
Yes. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Mr. Selega?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So that on that page, Mr. Governor, we see a document. It's a covering note Mr. Koko produced. And it has his name at the beginning, Mr. Machela Koko, Interim Group Chief Executive. The subject line is Final Settlement Risk-Based Contract. So can you confirm that relates to the MSA? Yeah?
Yes, that is the risk-based contract we were dealing with. What date is that, Advocate? Please remind me.
Okay, the document has a stamp. The date on the stamp is 23 February 2017.
Okay, so it has to be more or less in and around the time that we were dealing with the master services agreement.
Yes.
So I do acknowledge that.
Yes. Then it has a space for comments, and after that it reads from. Then it says Prish Govender, General Manager, Capital Assurance, Corporate Finance. But then there's handwritten inscription on it, and it's written, who is delegated by BTC to implement the MSA. Then there's another handwriting at the bottom of that. It says, Prish, please, let's discuss.
Mr. Selega, you said another handwriting.
Maybe I should.
It sounds like somebody else's handwriting.
That's right.
And another written note.
That's correct. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, and maybe just to tell you, Mr. Governor,
yes, Chair.
The part of the document which is headed comments.
Yes, Chair.
In the middle, it doesn't appear to have anything written.
Okay, Chair. Got you. Yeah. I've seen it, Chair. So I know what Advocate Seleka is talking about. I just wanted to confirm the date, and he's confirmed it to me, Chair.
Yeah, the date on the stamp of the Chief Executive is the one that he told you, 23 February 2017. And then in regard to the handwritten notes on the document, there are two signatures and dates. Both these handwritten notes appear to be written by the same person, but on different dates, because the signature appears to be the same. There is the date of 25/2/2017, just under the first signature, and then the other date under the second signature is 1 March 2017. Oh, there it is.
Yes.
Oh, yes. That's good, Chair. I can see it now. Yes.
Okay. Well, I won't take credit. I didn't put it up on the screen, but
I did.
Mr. Selega put it up on the screen there. That's the document, yeah.
I do appreciate that. Thanks, Advocate.
Yes. So this is the document. Mr. Koko testified on this document. He says the handwriting is his and the signatures, they are his. And he was specifically going to speak with you about who is authorized to conclude the settlement agreement with McKinsey. And you can see the first one is who is delegated by the BTC to implement the MSA. And there the date appears to be 25/2/2017. And then the next note is, please let's discuss. And there's a signature and the date is 1 March 2017. And he said this was his handwriting. I don't think he said he managed to speak to you. Do you have any recollection of you speaking with him about this settlement agreement?
Well, I think, Advocate, the document that comes after this is the memo. Am I right?
Correct.
Correct. So, Chair, let's go back to this cover page because I think it's very important that we do so. Firstly, Chair, I do not at all recall seeing this covering note.
This document at page 1547, hard copy. That's
yes.
on the screen.
Yes, Chair, that first page that you said to me, there were 2 signatures and it's called a covering note.
Yeah.
Yes, it's called a covering note. Yes.
Oh, now I see. Yeah, it's written covering. Yeah.
Yes. I do not recall this at all, Chair. And you know, when I look at this, there's a couple of things that concern me. The one thing that concerns me is that my name is from Prish Govender, that's right. And my PA would, because we would send these covering notes as general managers to EXCO members on a regular basis. If they asked us our opinion on something, or we needed to get something through the governance process, or we needed to brief them on something. Now, it says they're General Manager Capital Assurance, but the full title, as I would have expected my PA to do, was to say General Manager Group Capital Integration and Assurance, because that was my full title as per the appointment at that time. The third part that concerns me, it says corporate finance. But corporate finance was a function within my portfolio when the GCIA function was created by Mr. Singh to report to him. So what this document should say, and I would have expected it to be so, is from Prish Govender, General Manager, Group Capital Integration and Assurance, Finance Division. And that is why, Chair, I'm struggling to see, I'm struggling to recall this document because in my recollection, Chair, I have not seen it. Furthermore, I want to iterate that I have not had a discussion with Mr. Koko about the memo that subsequently follows on from this document.
Yes. Now, tell me.
Yes, Chair.
Would your office have kept covering notes like this already addressed to somebody, like this one is addressed to Mr. Machela Koko, and already having your name to say from Prish Govender and the position without anything being written on the comments section, and then you would only put in comments whenever you needed to send comments? Or would the position be that such notes would only be addressed to whoever they were to be addressed to, as and when occasion arose, and then your name as the author would be put in each case? In other words, were there covering notes that were always there, so that whenever you needed to send comments, then you just put in the comments, but where it is, who it was from and who it was to, that would long have been put in? Mr. Governor?
Chair, that's a long answer. Sorry, Chair, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I apologize for the stability of the network here. We have a storm, which is most days where I am, and it occasionally breaks up. So apologize for that, Chair. Yes. Please let me know if you can't hear me, and I'll come back.
I can hear you.
Okay. So Chair, my practice. Firstly, let me talk about my position at the time. My position at the time was reporting to Mr. Singh. And as a general manager. So I would have been a level below the EXCO. I would have not, if I had written this note, it would have not been fair on Mr. Singh to bypass him, number one. So if I had written a note to or relating to something that I was reporting to Mr. Singh on, which I was very much so reporting to Mr. Singh at the time from the beginning of September, as you would recall my affidavit, I would definitely have worked through Mr. Singh because he was the boss or my boss at the time, plainly put. Secondly, it was not my practice, Chair, not to put in some comments because I would immediately if I was sending this to you, Chair, and you just read the cover note, you would have said, Mr. Governor, what is the gist of what you want me to do here? And I would have definitely added in some comments, which was my practice when writing to my superior, which was Mr. Singh at the time.
And are there any circumstances under which you can imagine that Mr. Koko would have been in possession of a covering note like this, purportedly from you, but without notes, without comments in the comment section?
No, Chair. I'm sorry, I can't assist you with that.
No, I'm saying go back to the time when you were working at ESCOM, holding the position that you are talking about.
Yes, Chair.
And I'm asking you whether there are
Chair.
circumstances that you can remember as having happened in the past where he would have obtained a covering note like this purporting to be from you, but which did not have comments on the comments section. Is there a way in which that would happen as far as you knew?
No, Chair. No, I cannot recall or remember whether such a note was sent to him, or he would have it in his possession.
When you held the position of General Manager, Capital Integration and Assurance, yes. You said you reported to Mr. Anuj Singh.
Correct,
is that right?
Correct, Chair.
Was there a time when you held that position, but you reported to Mr. Koko?
No, Chair.
When he was Chief Executive Officer,
yes, Chair,
you have occasion to write any memo or covering note to him directly?
No, Chair. I cannot recall that I've ever written a note directly to him.
When he held that position of...
No, yes, Chair. And Chair, the important part of this is the document that is attached to that note.
Yeah.
The important part of that is the document that is attached to the note. My recollection of this document, Chair, and maybe I'm superseding what.
Yeah, he will come there. But let me go back to
Advocate Seleka is probably going to ask me next. So maybe yes.
Yeah, hang on. Let me go back to a question I asked earlier because I can't remember what your answer was.
Yes, sure.
would there have been a stack of covering notes such as this one, which you or your secretary would keep already with the name of the addressee and with your name as the author, but without the comments, that you would keep and use as and when you needed to use one?
Chair, there would be a template that would probably be within my PA's computer system. Yeah. And I mean, the addressee would change from time to time.
Yes.
In the sense of, whoever we're addressing it to. So, it would, by and large, let's go one step back before I joined the finance division, is that we never did this covering note setup in Eskom before Mr. Molefe and Mr. Singh arrived. Mr. Molefe and Mr. Singh were very formal in their approach to, if you had to send us a document, guys, please make sure that you do submit a covering note to either us to either the CEO the GCEO or the GCFO, with whatever document you're sending us attached to the covering note, giving comments as to what are the key things that you're looking for. And that was a protocol that was put into place by Mr. Singh and Mr. Molefe at Eskom. So whenever I report, or from the time I started reporting to Mr. Singh, that was the protocol.
Yeah. Okay, but the template that you spoke about for these covering notes, would it have names that could be changed if necessary, or would names be put in only when there were comments to be put into the comment section?
Chair, the template, my understanding, was designed by the PAs of Mr. Singh and Mr. Molefe. So the template itself, it was something that came down from them, went to the other EXCO members, and then went to the general managers and said, guys, when you write us something, use this template.
Yeah.
Yes. So it wouldn't have been something that my PA would have designed per se. It would have come down the hierarchy.
Okay, all right. Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Govinder, during this time, was Mr. Koko the interim group chief executive in February?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair, to my recollection, that's correct.
So insofar as your designation is concerned, are you saying this designation is incorrect?
Well, it doesn't fully describe my designation as per my appointment, and I mean, I would, knowing my PA, she would have been very meticulous about this particular topic.
Yes.
And would have described it in full.
Yeah. Is this document? Go ahead. You can go ahead.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine, Advocate. You can proceed. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. No, sorry, Chair. I'm fine. I rest. Advocate can continue.
Yes.
Okay.
To the extent that you said Mr. Mabelane was authorized to approve the invoices, Mr. Koko seems to differ with that version, because in his testimony, he said the BTC had authorized him, and I think it included the chief, he was now the interim CEO, to do the settlement of the agreement.
Chair, if we, and maybe not, let's not waste time with the affidavit, but it's captured in the affidavit in the sense that there was an approval, advocate, you would correct me on the dates again, please, because there was an approval by the BTC on the 12th of December, if memory serves me correct.
13 December.
Sorry, 13 December. And I think the delegated individuals, insofar as the finalization of the negotiation process was at the time the GCFO, it was the interim CEO, and it was the CPO.
Yes.
So those were the people that were delegated authority to finalize the negotiation process with McKinsey by the board in December. And I don't know whether I'm answering advocate's question, Chair.
Yeah, where do you place Mr. Mabelane?
Sorry, Chair?
I'm sure he will say if you didn't answer it. Mr. Selega, was your question answered?
Yes, not completely, but that's why I'm doing a follow-up, Mr. Governor. Where do you place Mr. Mabelane in those three designations?
The CPO, Chair, the Chief Procurement Officer.
Well, Mr. Selagat, you still need this document on the screen?
No, Chair.
Yeah, you can move it.
Yes.
And then if and when there is a need to put up another one, but if Mr. Governor has it, that's fine. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Governor, well, you say that you raise concerns about direct payments to Trillion, and yes, that Mr. Mabelane explained to you that it was not uncommon for Eskom to pay subcontractors directly.
Correct, Chair.
Did he refer you to any particular practice or policy for that purpose?
No, Chair, he did not. But he, at the time, told me there was a number of companies that this was implemented with in the past.
I see. Because we understand that Eskom doesn't have a policy for direct payment to subcontractors. You are not in a position to deny that, are you? That it doesn't have.
Sorry, sorry, Chair. There's a double negative there. So,
okay.
Are you asking? Yes.
Are you able to deny that Eskom doesn't have?
No, I got you now, advocate. Sorry, apologies. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. In your affidavit, you have explained that document attached to Mr. Kopo's note or covering note as a document or memorandum required for you to summarize the activities that were undertaken to conclude the MSA.
Correct, Chair.
Yeah. Which is paragraph 42 of your affidavit. But when you read that memorandum, it requires payment to be made to McKinsey.
That's correct, Chair.
So should we understand the memo as it's stated on the face of it, as opposed to how you explain it in your affidavit in paragraph 42?
Sorry, Chair, maybe I could refer to, let me just remind myself about paragraph 42 of the affidavit.
Chairperson, is bundle 14, bracket D, on page 1346.
Okay.
Page 1346, paragraph 42.
Yes, Chair, that's absolutely correct. I mean,
Okay, can
The
I repeat
purposes,
the question?
yeah, please go ahead, Advocate. Sorry.
So that when you say it's absolutely correct, you understand what I asked. I'm asking you, should we understand the document as it is set out on the face of the document, as opposed to how you describe it in your affidavit?
Hang on, Mr. Selega.
Yes.
You referred to bundle D, 14D, is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
Or
Page.
this 14C. I think you must take them, you can bring them as and when they are mentioned, otherwise they
Page.
Space here. This is 15.
Chair can put aside 15. We will not refer to it again. Page 1346.
1346.
1346. Paragraph 42.
I've got 1346.
Paragraph 42.
Okay.
Yes. And Chair, just to expedite, we must read this with page 1505.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to read the relevant portions?
Yes. Mr. Governor, you see the paragraph? So
I do. I have my affidavit, paragraph 42, in front of me. If you can help me with the 1505 part.
Should I help Mr. Doflin? The electronic pagination is 4078. 4078. 1505 is annexure EN34.
Thank you, Mr. Seleka.
And 15 EN34 electronic pagination is 4237. 4237.
Got it.
So, Mr. May I proceed?
2 is on page 1346 on mine.
Yes.
Okay.
No,
Is that 47? Is that 1347?
I beg your pardon, Chair. I beg your pardon. 1346. Okay. So, Mr. Garvin, you heard my question, because in your paragraph 42, you say this memo, you have been asked to draft it or put it together in order to summarize all activities.
This memo, which one?
The memorandum.
1505.
Correct, Chair.
Yeah.
Correct, Chair.
It's just important to mention because somebody reading the transcript will wonder which memo.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, the memorandum on 1505, marked EN34. That you were being asked to draft it in order to summarize all the activities that were undertaken to conclude the MSA with McKinsey. The memorandum was also forwarded to Ms. Daniels for her review. Please see attached here to electronic mail to Ms. Daniels together with the aforementioned memorandum requesting her review. For ease of reference, you then attach the two documents, the email, and the memo is EN33 and EN34. But is that a correct description of the memo, Mr. Governor?
Chair, when at the time, I don't know whether I captured the exact heading of the memo in the affidavit. That could have been an error by myself, but there is only one memo that I'm talking about, and that's the memo that I was asked to prepare. Now, maybe the heading is slightly different, but definitely, Chair, The one on 1505 is the one that's referenced in paragraph 42 of my affidavit.
Okay.
And that's the, do you need to go there, or can I just read it to you, Mr. Govender?
No, Chair, please, Advocate, please go ahead, yeah?
I should go ahead, okay. It's that memorandum on page 1505. It's dated 17 February 2017. Is addressed to Mr. Machela Koko, Interim Group Chief Executive. It's from Mr. Edwin Mabelane, Chief Procurement Officer. And the subject line is Final Settlement, Risk-Based Contract, McKinsey and Company. So that's again the master service.
Yes, that's absolutely correct, Advocate. Yes, Chair.
Then the purpose reads as follows: request to pay the final amount for the termination of the McKinsey MSA in line with the approval from Board Tender Committee and the provision for the amount payable in October 2016. So it specifically requested a final payment to McKinsey after following the termination of the MSA.
Correct, Chair.
Well, this all that I wanted to confirm. That is just not it is not just a mere summation of the activities, but it's a request for payment. Did this memo serve before? Did it serve before the BTC?
No, Chair, it did not. It was a memo that was requested from me to draft up by Mr. Mabelane. And the reason for why he wanted this memo to be drafted, well, it was two reasons. The one reason related to the fact that there were other people delegated by the board in December to conclude the negotiation process, as you would recall from my previous statement. So one of those persons were the interim GCEO, and he wanted to appraise the GCEO, my understanding at the time, of all of the activities that were followed to conclude the MSA. And also, Chair, at the same time, he wanted to make sure that document then flows over to the finance area in terms of Mr. Singh, to also have a level of comfort in terms of paying for the outstanding amounts as agreed by the BTC in February, or the settlement amount.
Now, this memorandum is the one Mr. Koko has said he refused to sign.
Yes, Chair.
Because he wouldn't sign a payment to McKinsey when McKinsey didn't have a contract with Eskom.
Yes, Chair.
Are you aware of him having refused to sign this memo?
Chair, I am aware of him refusing to sign that memo, but not for that reason.
For which reason?
This memo was signed by Ms. Daniels on the 22nd of February. And that memo was then taken on to Mr. Koko by Mr. Mabelane. Mr. Mabelane's feedback to both myself and to Mr. Singh was that, insofar as it relates to the memo, is that Mr. Koko did not want to sign it because his view was that the board had already approved the settlement agreement and the ensuing amounts. I did not, at the time, hear from Mr. Mabelane that Mr. Koko didn't want to sign it because there was not a proper contract or whatever, what I heard directly from Mr. Mabelane.
I see. We did ask Mr. Koko, insofar as payment was made to McKinsey under the MSA, particularly in February 2017 when he was the interim chief executive, whether he took any steps to discipline those who were involved in ensuring that payment was made. Were you disciplined for supporting this payment to Trillium?
No, Chair, and that's a confusing part of me, because for me is that having heard Mr. Koko's strong views around the legality or the illegality of the payments, I suppose Mr. Mabalani would have had to get disciplined first, and then shortly after him, I would, and maybe somewhere in between Mr. Singh as well.
Yes, but was disciplinary action taken against you?
No, Chair.
Did you know Mr. Eric Wood, Mr. Governor?
I did, Chair.
How well did you know him?
Chair, insofar as I mentioned at our last sitting, I was introduced to Mr. Wood by McKinsey, and we engaged on issues relating to the project and the scope of work as delivered by Trillium.
You didn't know him before that?
No, Chair, not at all.
Did you know Mr. Salim Essa?
No, Chair.
Did you know that he was a shareholder in Trillium? A majority shareholder?
Yes, I didn't know about his majority shareholding, but I knew that he was one of the directors at Trillium.
You never met him?
I did in passing at a project update meeting at Trillium's offices in Melrose Arch. Mr. Wood and Mr. Essa, they shared offices next to each other, and there was a glass partition. We walked out and Mr. Wood introduced me to him as one of the directors, and that was basically it, Chair.
You were aware that Oliver Wyman, in their review of the contract, had recommended that Eskom should get a legal review before it made payments to Trillium.
Absolutely correct, Chair.
And you're aware that that legal review was not obtained until the payments were made?
No, Chair. I was not aware of that.
You were not aware of that.
Could I explain further?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
As you do the explanation, let me also add to this. Let me also add to this, because I understand from your affidavit and the affidavit of Mr. Moodley, Rishabhan Moodley, that it was you and Ms. Daniels who were engaging with them in regard to providing them with documentation for the purposes of them rendering the legal review. Maybe in your explanation, why you say you were not aware that the legal review was not obtained until after the payments were made, you could explain that.
Okay, Chair. I now know where Advocate Seleka is what he's referring to. Chair, if you recall, and the date is the 13th of December, that the board granted the mandate to negotiate the remaining portion of the contract. As per my affidavit, I was asked to put together the submission to the board. And as part of that submission was to appraise the board of where we were with the legal review process, because that was one of the items that Mr. Singh requested be done before we could, move forward with the negotiations and final negotiations and the conclusion of the MSA process. I submitted that document, and that draft of the submission to the board, I submitted to Ms. Daniels on the 9th of December. So on the 9th of December, as per paragraph 33 of my affidavit, Chair, if you have it on hand, you would see on the 9th of December, I sent Ms. Daniels the draft BTC submission for legal input. I also attached the preliminary Oliver Wyman report, and I show you the annexure EN19 as the reference. Following on, Chair, on paragraph 34 of my affidavit, I state, on 12th December, I received back the board submission document that was edited by Ms. Daniels in relation to the legal input. And please see attached here 2 emails, as well as the executive summary submission to the board. So, and I'm sorry, I don't have the attachments in front of me, but the attachments, advocate, is very important. EN20, which I suppose was the email, and EN21 was the attachment itself. Yes. If memory serves me correct, and maybe Chair Advocate can help us with that. But Ms. Daniels edited the document and basically said that, and I'm just putting it in layman's terms, if I don't get it 100% correct because I don't have it in front of me, I apologize, that the legal review was completed and the recommendation from CDH is that a termination agreement is concluded with McKinsey. And I don't know if I covered everything in that particular paragraph, Advocate.
Yes, I'm trying to get you.
So the view at that time, certainly my view, and that of Mr. Mabalani's. Yes.
You want first the emails?
No, the email is fine. I think it's clear. Okay. Where is it coming from? And if you can go to the section on that references the legal review.
Oh yeah, paragraph 8.
Yes, that's right. So yes, Advocate. So basically what Ms. Daniels added into the document and sent back to me was Cliff Decker-Hoffmeyer was retained to conduct the review, and the conclusion is that Eskom needs to enter into a termination agreement with the parties to bring the matter to finality. This will absolve Eskom from any further liability once the termination agreement is in place. And this is significant, Chair, because certainly in my mind and Mr. Mabalani's mind, because it's something that we discussed, was that the legal review was completed and that we were all working towards the finalization of a termination agreement.
Yeah. Okay. So your
and
answer,
I hope, yes.
Your answer to my question is that based on this paragraph in this submission, you understood that the legal review had been obtained.
Correct, Chair.
But it's correct that you were to learn later that that legal review had not been obtained. Is that right?
When you say late, when you say later, through you, Chair, again, when you say later, Advocate, how later are you talking about?
Let's see, in Mr. Moodley's affidavit, he said he had a meeting with you on the 7th of February, 2017.
Correct, Chair.
And in that meeting, he indicated that he requires more documentation well, he doesn't go into the details of the meeting, but they required this documentation for the purposes of them reviewing the documentation and the contract and providing this legal opinion or review to Eskom. I don't know whether it was clear in that meeting.
No, Chair, absolutely not. I mean, when Mr. Modley came to see me on the 7th of February, he said to me that Ms. Daniels had asked him to assist in completing the termination agreement. He also said to me, for the purposes of that exercise, he requires some documentation. And I didn't get the sense that there was still a legal review outstanding.
Were you or Steerco, as a member of Steerco, or you individually, provided with the legal review as at the 13th of December, 2016?
No, Chair.
Did you ask to see it?
No, Chair, I did not. Simply because Ms. Daniels was dealing with Mr. Singh, and Mr. Singh basically said that this thing was, the legal review was done.
Are you saying to the chairperson, when Steerco approved payments directly to Trillion, Steerco had not had sight of the legal review alleged to have been undertaken in that paragraph 8 of the submission?
Chair, the last Steerco took place in August. And my understanding from Mr. Singh, and I put it in my affidavit, is that he requested Ms. Daniels to conduct the legal review. I cannot comment, Chair, as to when he made that request and when it was completed or not.
Well, I don't know whether you have followed her testimony, but she has had to apologize when testifying about that note and what she said to the BTC, Ms. Daniels, that in fact the legal review wasn't done. Even as
I did follow that.
You did follow that.
I did hear that, yeah.
So that paragraph in the submission was incorrect.
Yes, Chair, it was incorrect, and I must admit, had I known that it was not done at that stage, I would have understood a lot of things that then happened thereafter.
Let's see. Lastly, on this, Ms. Motepu has testified that the services that were to be rendered under the MSA were initiatives that Eskom employees were already working on them. And some of them, even Trillion, did not have the necessary expertise to offer those services. And she specifically referred to the Duva insurance, that they were not clued up in insurance matters. So the money incurred by Eskom was absolutely, on her version, unnecessary. Do you have a comment on that?
No, Chair. Those activities under the finance area would have been addressed by Trillion through the request of the finance division. So I cannot comment on that.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, Chair. We seem to have a interruption.
Will everybody just check where they are, whether there might be people outside of the office or room who might make noise and disturb us?
Yes, Chair. I saw it was from, I think, Mr. Matume. Who is Mr. Matume?
Yes. I confirm. I also saw activity on a Matume microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, apologies, Chairperson. I am Mr. Matome.
Yeah.
Oh, apologies.
Yes. Okay. Are you involved in any matter that is to be heard?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairperson. I am involved. I'm an attorney for Mr. Makwetla.
Okay. Just make sure that we are not disturbed in the meantime. Eh?
Yes, apologies. Apologies, Chairperson.
Okay, Mr. Silega.
Thank you, Chair.
I think you have done an hour and a half, an hour and 15 minutes or 20 minutes or so, probably an hour and 15 minutes.
Yes, I should finish now, Chair.
Okay.
Yes. Mr. Governor, that leads me to the corporate plan.
Yes, Chair.
And similarly, in respect of the corporate plan, Ms. Motepu was saying that this is a matter that could have been done by ESCOM employees. And before you answer, let me add what McKinsey says. McKinsey says, ESCOM had internal skills and resources to do the funding plan for the corporate plan. And McKinsey was historically not involved until asked by the new management of Mr. Brown Molefe and Anand Singh to get involved in regard to the corporate plan. Now, that you find in Mr. Amankua's affidavit. I can give
Sorry,
you
no, that's fine. Is he from McKinsey, Chair?
He is from McKinsey.
Okay.
I will give Mr. Doflin can write the reference. It's ESCOM bundle 14 bracket C. The hard copy is from page 702.174. The electronic copy is page 2377.
You said that will be 14C.
14 bracket C, Chair, yes.
What page did you say?
The affidavit starts on page 702.174. That's the hard copy. 2377, electronic copy. And Mr. Doflin, you can go to 2388.
I have got 2377. Must I go to 2388 as well?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Paragraph 5.2. Chairperson, on the hard copy, the paragraph is on page 702.185.
Okay.
So he says, historically, McKinsey had been less involved in drafting ESCOM's corporate plan and annually compiled a document that ESCOM is required to submit to National Treasury in compliance with its legislative duties, because ESCOM had internal resources and personnel who were experienced in such matters. And Ms. Motepu said something to a similar effect, Mr. Govender. Mr. Singh ultimately agreed or conceded that ESCOM Treasury was involved in the preparation of the funding plan for the corporate plan. So the question I'm putting to you, I suppose, is this, that on the evidence of these witnesses, it would seem that it was not necessary for Eskom to involve regiments or even McKinsey in the preparation of the funding plan. Do you have a view on that? Or a comment on that?
Unfortunately, Chair, when it comes to the funding side of the business or the treasury space, I wouldn't be clued up, to make a comment either way. I apologize, Chair.
No, that's all right. Do you, well, let's see, let me ask you this question also. Do you know whether a gap analysis as required by the National Treasury instruction adopted into Eskom's policy was undertaken? A gap analysis.
For the corporate plan, plan contract.
Yes. So a gap analysis.
I cannot recall
You can't recall?
I cannot recall if that was done at that stage, Chair, because as I mentioned in my affidavit, the documentation was prepared by a procurement practitioner that was allocated by Mr. Kalima. And I, on the technical side, allocated one of the top engineers, having received the instruction to put the documentation together for the preparation of the board approval. So I cannot recall, Chair, offhand if a gap analysis was done. What I do recall is that the documentation was signed off, and then it went, I think, to a full board in some way in September. For approval.
You'll just have to repeat the last two sentences, Mr. Governor. You were frozen for a few seconds.
Lost in the airwaves, Chair. No, I was just saying that the documentation was compiled, and the compilation of the document was led by a procurement practitioner, and I think I mentioned the lady's name in that was allocated by Mr. Kalema to prepare the document, and I allocated a top engineer to assist her with the technical components of what needed to be in the documentation based on the McKinsey proposal. That documentation, in terms of moving forward towards an approval process, was taken forward by Mr. Kalima, and my understanding in somewhere in September, the board approved a mandate to negotiate and conclude the contract for the corporate plan.
Okay, but all that is unrelated to the gap analysis.
I accept that, Chair.
Yes. So just for the benefit of the chairperson, so the gap analysis, and confirm with me, means that Eskom, before Eskom appoints a consultant, Eskom must do an assessment to determine whether it doesn't have the skills and expertise it requires for the job to be done. And if it doesn't have them, then it can decide to go out and outsource the work. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair, that's correct. That's my understanding.
Thank you. So let's deal with the payment, because you do deal with the payment of 30.6 million to Trillium. And that marks the end of the corporate plan issue. This payment was made directly to Trillium. Did you understand Trillium to have been the one that rendered the services under the corporate plan?
Correct, Chair.
And on what was that understanding based?
Chair, let me refer to my affidavit, because there is a sequence of events that I don't want to get incorrect. And maybe we must go to paragraph it's basically paragraph 44 onwards, but I'll take you to the specific paragraphs that I want to refer to. So Chair, where I stopped a few minutes ago was sometime in September, the board approved the mandate to negotiate and conclude with McKinsey. It was done at a board meeting, and I was not at the board meeting. Negotiations was arranged by Ms. Makolane, Tsiamo Makolane, and were held with McKinsey, and a letter of acceptance signed by Mr. Koko and Dr. Weiss took place, signing took place on the 29th of September. And then I attached the letter of acceptance as proof. So the letter of acceptance was signed, and the contract was being finalized with McKinsey. On the 27th of November 2015, I received an email from Mr. Vikas Sega of McKinsey, in which Dr. Weiss, Dr. Eric Wood, and Mr. Koko were also copied, providing the details of the BE partner Trillion. And that is after I requested them to do so, because one of the requirements of the corporate plan contract was them to indicate who their BE partner was. On the 9th of February 2016, I received another email from Mr. Sega, in which Dr. Weiss and Dr. Wood were also copied, with the following content. The email, and there was an email and an attachment, Chair. The email read, in line with the contractual arrangement agreed in our MSA and per Trillion's request, we attach the authorization to pay Trillion directly. The attachment related to direct payment to Trillion for this contract, which is what Advocate Seleka is questioning me on, which is the corporate plan. So when you read that, Chair, you see that they have had an arrangement which related to the MSA, because remember the MSA was being negotiated at that point, was being in the final stages of negotiations in September. So it seems like they had an arrangement then which translated into them also issuing a letter to Eskom stating that Trillion would be their subcontractor for the corporate plan.
Mm.
So your understanding of Trillion being a BE partner to McKinsey was based on that?
Yes, Chair.
But you know that either then or now, maybe let's start with now, you know now that Trillion was not McKinsey's BE partner in February 2016.
I don't fully understand your question, Advocate, because I'm going upon what letter I received from McKinsey on the 9th of February and what it told me.
Okay.
But I know there's been some developments, but at that time, it was, the indication from McKinsey to myself was that this was my BE partner.
Yes.
Or this is my BE partner.
Yes. Yes, okay. But what I'm asking you now is now, as you testify now, that do you know that in fact McKinsey was not a BE partner at the time? I mean, Trillion was not McKinsey's BE partner at the time.
Chair, there must be a reason why Advocate is asking me this question, and maybe I must ask the reason.
Well, lots of things have been revealed.
Yes, Chair.
Since the commission started. Now, have you had anything either in terms of evidence in the commission or from somewhere, or have you read any document that from which you have concluded that, contrary to what you may have thought, Trillion was not a BEE partner of McKinsey in February 2016.
Chair, what I'm aware of, and I apologize if I've never kept up with everything that's come out of the commission, but what I'm aware of is that McKinsey was going through a review process of Trillion. Yes. And that led to a letter being sent to Eskom at the end of March, where they said that Trillion has not passed the review process.
Yes, that's what we are talking about, Mr. Govender.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you. Sorry, apologies for...
Yeah.
So, did you ever know it as a fact that Trillion was a BEE partner for McKinsey at that time? Or is the position that you looked at the correspondence that you have referred to, and based on that you said, okay, McKinsey says the Trillion is their partner, or so they are the partner?
Chair, at the time when I received this correspondence, I had no reason to doubt the correspondence that came from McKinsey.
Okay, all right. And as you speak now, your information has not changed much to what it was then in this regard?
Chair, because, and I'm sorry if I seemed a little bit confused. There are two contracts we are referring to here. We are referring, so we got the letter from McKinsey regarding the MSA on the 30th of March.
Yeah.
This contract was the smaller one, was the corporate plan contract.
Yes.
And up until, I still go by the fact that that was the letter that was sent to me at the time, and it was stipulated very clearly in that letter that Trillion was McKinsey's subcontractor.
Okay, Mr. Silega?
Yes. But Mr. Govender, the officials of McKinsey have laid evidence. One, to the effect that that letter from Mr. Vikas Saga did not reflect the correct position. And particularly because of the review process you were referring to. Prior to Trillion becoming a BEE of McKinsey, they needed to go through that review process in order to qualify to be a BEE partner. And they failed the test, as it were. They never became a BEE partner. And it's for this reason that, I mean, we're asking this question, that you know now that in fact, at that time, Trillion was not a BEE partner. Steerco was also informed on the 30th of March 2016 that McKinsey is not contracting with Trillion. You're aware of that?
For the corporate plan, yes. Sorry, Chair, for the MSA, yes.
Yes. But McKinsey says Trillion has never been its partner, even under the corporate plan.
So sorry, Chair, if I'm answering a question with a question, why did they send us the letter that they did then?
Yes, let me answer that question with a version from Mr. Mabelane. Yes. Mr. Mabelane says when the invoice was received of 30.6 million, it was forwarded to you. And he requested you to put together documentation that were required by the commercial department in order to approve that payment. This is paragraph 10.5 in his affidavit. And he says one of the documentation required was for the supplier to provide a document that would direct Eskom in respect of two things. One, confirm that Trillion is the subcontractor, and two, that Eskom can pay the subcontractor directly. And you provided him with all the documentation. Can you still hear me? The screen seems to be frozen.
Governor? Mr. Governor?
I think we...
Oh, yeah. Mr. Governor?
Oh, there is back.
Back.
Unmute, Mr. Governor. Yes.
Okay.
Unmute.
I'm back.
You are back. Repeat your question. Did you hear Mr.
Yes, Chair.
Mr. Salaga's question? Did you hear it?
The last part got broken in the airwaves, Chair.
Let him repeat it. I take it you are wrapping up now, Mr. Salaga.
That's correct, Chair. That's correct.
Yeah, let's if there are still any issues left, written questions can be sent to Mr. Governor for him to respond to.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
okay.
So, Mr. Governor, what Mr. Mabelani is saying is that he says, I engaged my team, who in turn spelled out the documentation required. I arranged with Mr. Prishgavanda, the then project manager, to furnish all required documentation to the team as per their stated requirements. One of the key documents required to accept the invoice from Trillion was a confirmation from the contract holder, McKinsey, that Trillion was the subcontractor, was their subcontractor, and that they desired for Eskom to pay the subcontractor directly. This confirmation was received via a letter addressed to Mr. Prishgavanda, who was working in the office of the CFO, Mr. Arnold Singh. And then he got the documentation from you, Mr. Governor. So it seems from his version that you would have been the one who collated the documentation, including obtaining this letter directly from McKinsey to the effect that it stated. What do you say to that?
Okay, Chair, that's very interesting. The first thing I want to correct is that at the time, I was not reporting to Mr. Singh. So I was not working in his office. I was still working for Mr. Abraham Masango in the group capital space. So that's the one thing I want to correct, and I think my affidavit speaks to that. The second thing that and the inference is made that I asked for this document, but I did not ask for this document. This document arrived on the 9th of February, as I mentioned to the Commission. The third thing that I want to comment on is there is only one thing that Mr. Mabalani wanted me to do as the part of the payment process of the 30.66, 30 points, and it's, I don't know how many sixes there, million. He wanted me, Chair, and I think it's captured in a correspondence somewhere. He wanted me to provide the motivation to the vendor management team for the registration of Trillion as a vendor. And that motivation had to be drawn up in line with this letter that we received on the 9th of February. So I am struggling to see what is all of the documents, but what I know is that is what he asked me to do.
Okay. So you are partly denying what he says in that paragraph, 10.5 of his affidavit.
Yeah, yes, Chair, because I don't know what all the documents he's referring to. I'm saying to you that in no uncertain terms, I knew that he told me to put the motivation together for the registration of Trillion based on the letter that I had received on the 9th of February.
Yes.
And that was it for the process. Advocate,
Mr. Selega?
are frozen.
Yeah. Mr. Selega?
We are struggling today, Chair.
Yeah.
It's the winter, Chair. It's cold.
Yeah, no, it's cold. Mr. Selega, are you back now?
Yes. Was it my screen share which was frozen?
You were frozen.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I saw all of us frozen here. Mr. Governor, the last question.
Yes, Chair.
And really, I'm asking you for an explanation to the chairperson. Can you please explain paragraph 54 of your affidavit to the chairperson?
Can I read it out?
Yeah, read it out first.
I think it's clear. It says, well, for me it's clear. Maybe not to everybody, but
5.4.
54, Chair, on page 1349 of bundle 14 bracket D. But I think that's not the right bundle.
You didn't say you were moving over to that one.
Sorry, Chair. I thought you could explain it instead of reading out, but
well, it's better.
But it's quick. It's quicker. I read it out, Chair, if advocate doesn't mind, because it's
What is the page again?
Page 1349.
1349.
1349. Electronic page is 4081.
1481.
4081.
Thank you.
4081. Paragraph 54.
Okay. You may read it first, Mr. Governor.
So, Chair, it reads as follows. At the beginning of April 2016, Mr. Bamalani, after discussions with Mr. Koko and Mr. Singh, followed up with me as to whether the invoice for Trillion had been paid. I explained to him that McKinsey had still not given written approval, and hence I could not forward the invoice for payment. Mr. Mabalani advised that he would approve the invoice as per his discussions with Mr. Koko and Mr. Singh. I also raised the issues of direct payment to a subcontractor without a contract, after which Mr. Mabalani assured me that it was allowed and had been done in the past at ESCOM. He asked me to support the invoice as the project manager. Mr. Mabalani also asked me to send a letter, which was PG4 that the commission had sent to me, which was a letter basically from myself to Mr. Muvenda Komola, ESCOM vendor management, in line with the letter that I received from McKinsey on the 9th of February for the registration of Trillion as a vendor. The payment of the invoice was then processed by the procurement team.
So this is the payment of the 30.6 million invoice.
Correct, Chair. Correct, Chair.
And Mr. Mabelani was saying he had discussed that payment or the invoice, the payment for that invoice with Mr. Koko and Mr. Singh.
Correct. That's what he said to me, Chair.
And that he would authorize or approve the payment as he discussed with Mr. Koko and Mr. Singh.
Yes, because if you recall, one of the conditions was McKinsey approving this, and I had not received that approval from McKinsey.
Yes, you had not approved, you had not received McKinsey's confirmation that work had been done by Trillion, which was one of the conditions in the letter.
Yes. Yes, all I received was on the, if we can go, Chair, to paragraph 53 of my affidavit.
Yes.
On 18th of March, I received an email from Lawrence Jungling, who was one of the partners from McKinsey, with the attached Trillion invoice, the 30.6, saying he will review the invoice the next day. Please see attached electronic mail from Mr. Jungling. Now, Mr. Jungling did speak to me about the fact that Trillion had done work for Mr. Singh on the funding plan. But as far as I was concerned, I needed to see that in writing. And I never received that, Chair.
Okay.
Are you aware of Mr. Koko's evidence that he refused to have a payment made directly to Trillium, or to approve this invoice of a direct payment to Trillium?
I'm aware, Chair.
And what do you say to that? Or do you have
Well,
any?
I wasn't aware. No, I wasn't aware at the time, Advocate, that he was against this payment.
I see. Chairperson, that covers my questions, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay. Mr. Dofling?
Mr. Chair, I think I'll be very brief. I've got just one aspect that I may want to, Mr. Governor, to assist us on.
Okay.
And perhaps I can try and introduce the topic very quickly and see if we can wrap this up within a minute or two.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Mr. Governor, you were referred to the external opinion that was obtained from Advocate Kennedy at a time when there was a discussion concerning whether the practice note was still applicable and whether you could engage a subcontractor on a risk basis. You had sight of Advocate Kennedy's opinion, is that correct?
Correct, Chair.
It is my understanding, having read the opinion, that Advocate Kennedy had certain reservations about that and engaging a subcontractor on a risk basis in the face of the fact that the practice note may no longer be operative.
That's correct, Chair.
Could you just guide us and assist us with whether Eskom then set about or did anything to assist in obtaining information whether or not the practice note was still operative? I think you alluded to it very briefly on the last occasion.
Yes, Chair, and that is covered in my affidavit, where the two procurement, the General Manager for Commodity Sourcing and the Senior Manager for Commodity Sourcing, Mr. Charles Kalema and Mr. Dave Gorey, respectively, got that confirmation from National Treasury insofar as whether that practice note was valid. And I think we went into that quite lengthily at the last session, but that's what they went and verified with National Treasury.
In your mind, did that overcome the reservation in the Kennedy opinion?
Well, Chair, in my mind, I was always going to revert to what the procurement practitioners believed about the National Treasury, how can I say to you, adherence in terms of the contract. And that is why I mentioned at the last meeting is that the comfort needed to come, the comfort would have had to come from the procurement individuals, including Mr. Mabalani, as to whether they were satisfied with what they had gotten from National Treasury actually overcame the hurdle. And to my understanding, they were satisfied. And as I mentioned the last time, this procurement team believed that we had the necessary go-ahead in terms of that contract.
I've got no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dofling. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor, for availing yourself. And thank you to Mr. Dofling and your instructing attorney for cooperation. I will now excuse you. I think Mr. Dofling still remains because he's involved in another matter. Is that correct, Mr. Dovling?
I am indeed, Mr. Chair. We need to obviously just establish whether the other matter that needs to go in between is now ready to proceed, or whether we can revert to my other matter.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Governor, you are now excused.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Selega,
Yes, Chair.
do you know what Ms. Pule's position is at the moment?
I will have to check with her, Chair.
You have to check. I was thinking, has anybody challenged her evidence on affidavit?
No, Chair.
And they have been served with 3 notices.
No, not the 3 notices, because we were.
But they've been given copies.
Yes, yes.
How long ago do you remember?
We would have given them last week.
Yeah.
As we were trying to get hold of her to arrange the date.
Yeah.
And the person, well, if you consider the implication, and in a very light sense, it's then Mr. Zitembe Koza.
He's the only person.
Yeah, he's the only person.
Yeah, and he was served. He has not said anything so far.
I've been in contact with his attorneys. He has indicated that he will not be able to provide the affidavit within the time requested.
Yeah.
I wanted to agree a shorter time with him.
Yeah.
And I know that he said we should discuss further. So he's still waiting for me to go back to him, but they haven't filed an affidavit yet.
Okay, I'm going to take a 15 minutes adjournment. It's 6 o'clock now. Yes. If Ms. Pule is not available, we will start with, I've been informed that there is a resignation of Mr. Makwetla, the Deputy Minister, that I seem to have forgotten that I understand I had approved to be included. I don't expect it to take long. Mr. Dovling, Mr. Naya should not take long. What is your assessment of how much time we need for him?
Mr. Chair, I have approached Mamulefe prior to today, some day or two ago, with a possible solution that we may want to place before you before we proceed. And it may very well have the result that it shortens the proceedings substantially. You will know that there is an outstanding application to cross-examine Mr. LaRue, which can only be entertained once Mr. Naya's evidence have been heard.
Yeah.
We were going to propose that we reconsider our position on that application on the understanding that Mr. Naya's affidavit that he deposed to on the 26th of August 2019 be read and admitted into the record. The moment that gets admitted into the record, and if you were amenable to accepting that, we may very well abandon the application to cross-examine Mr. LaRue, which may save a substantial amount of time. So, but we would like to place that in front of you for consideration. I don't know whether it's opportune now. Perhaps we do it after the adjournment.
Yes, no, that's fine. Let's take the adjournment. My recollection of Mr. Naya's version was that one, there was an admission that certain security installations were effected in his house, a private house, and the one issue was or he said he had entered into a private arrangement, if I'm not mistaken, with I think either Busasa or one of their associates, or with somebody working for Busasa. Yeah, and there was just a dispute about the price, or it was just one or two issues that seemed to be in issue. So let me take the 15 minutes adjournment. When I come back, I'll hear what the position is with Ms. Pule, and then I can either start with Ms. Pule or Mr. Nair, but both of them should be quite short. Okay, let's take a 15-minute adjournment. We adjourn.
join the Zoom.
Good evening, Ms. Pule.
Good evening, Chair.
Thank you for availing yourself to assist the commission. Sorry that yesterday you waited for a long time and we couldn't get to you.
No problem, thank you.
Okay, all right. Registrar, please administer the oath of affirmation.
Ms. Pule, will you be taking the oath of the affirmation?
Yes.
Which one?
Oh, the oath.
Please state your full names for the record.
I'm Elsie Mamula Telopule.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pule. Mr. Selega,
Yes.
the real issue that I think I'm interested in
Yes.
relates to that part of Ms. Pule's affidavit
Yes.
that seems to suggest that either she or somebody else who communicated with her knew about the suspensions of the executives before the board made the decision to suspend.
Correct.
You will tell me, my recollection is that that's really the part that I'm interested in. You can alert me to something else that I may have missed, but I think that is what I'm interested in.
Yes, Chair, that's correct. That is the issue.
Yeah.
And I have, in my discussion with Mr. Pule, made her aware of the fact.
Yeah, no, she can confirm the correctness of her entire affidavit. That's fine. Yes. But we can focus on what I'm really interested in.
Correct. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The bundle we are using is ESCOM Bundle 19, Chairperson.
Yes.
Ms. Elsie, for the sake of Ms. Elsie, I will have to refer to the electronic pagination as well, because that's all she has.
Yeah, that's fine.
Ms. Elsie, the affidavit is on page 956 of the electronic pagination, which is 488 of the hard copy. Are you there, Ms. Pule?
I'm here where the affidavit starts.
Yes, you are there.
She's asking where or have you found where it starts, Ms. Pule?
Yes, I found it, but it's page 956. That's where the affidavit starts, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Yes, that's fine. That's the electronic pagination, and the affidavit goes up to page on your pagination 972, which is page 504.
Yes, I agree.
You agree? There is a signature there above signature of deponent, above the line there. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you confirm that to be your signature?
Yes, that's my signature.
And you signed the affidavit on the 10th of November 2020. You confirm that?
Yes, I do.
You confirm then this to be your affidavit?
Yes, I do.
And you confirm that the contents are true and correct?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Chairperson, I'll beg leave to have this affidavit of Ms. Elsie Mamolatelo Pule, dated 10 November 2020, be admitted as Exhibit U 45.1, together with the annexures thereto.
The affidavit of Ms. Elsie Mamolatelo Pule that starts at page 488 will, together with its annexures, be admitted as Exhibit U45.1. U45.1. Okay.
Ms. Pule, you are employed by ESCOM, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
What is your position currently?
I'm the Group Executive Human Resources.
Group Executive Human Resources. Were you also an employee of ESCOM in March 2015?
Yes, I was.
And what was your position then?
I was the acting Group Executive Human Resources.
Acting Group Executive Human Resources. And when were you first employed by ESCOM?
I was first employed by ESCOM 1st December 1995. Then I was employed for the second time in 2012.
2012. So please go to page 9 on your pagination, 957, Chairperson, page 489.
957.
Yes, 957 on your pagination. You're there?
I'm there.
Yes. Now, the commission, when we first approached you, we gave you a list of points you addressed in your affidavit. And those points, you have repeated them on this page under paragraph 4. You see that?
Yes.
But we will be focusing mainly on point 4.7 of this list.
I'm there.
You see that 4.7?
Yes.
It reads, how my email of 11 March 2015 at 9:27 came about, what was discussed with me by who, that made me write the email, and what I did with the documentation received from Mr. Philip Mashego. You see that?
Yes, I do.
It's kind of related to 4.5, which I will simply read. It says, my attendance and involvement at the board meeting of 11 March 2015 at 900. How was I invited? Why did I attend? And what was discussed with me and by who? Now, the issue arising here relates to those two. It's an incident relating to those 2 points. And I would like you to tell the chairperson, because on the 11th, just to set the background, and you will explain to the chairperson, on the 11th of March 2015, at 9 o'clock, the ESCOM board has a meeting in which a number of executives are invited. Senior executives were also invited, which is the group chief executive, the financial director, and the others from other divisions of ESCOM. You confirm that?
Yes, I do confirm.
Yes. You do say that in your affidavit, that meeting started at 9 o'clock. You deal with that on your page is 963. On the hard copy is page 495, paragraph 14. So you say there on the 11 March 2015, there was a scheduled board meeting from 900 100 to 1200. I was at the scheduled board meeting of 11 March 2015 that started at 900 by invitation with the rest of the ESCO members. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Now the point we then sought you to explain to us is the one of regarding the email that you sent to Mr. Mashego at 9:27 on that morning, requesting him to provide you with to compile a step-by-step process for the suspension of the F-band. You remember that email?
Yes, I do remember.
Yes.
You want, Mr. Slegat, you just want her to read the email and then explain how it came about? That might be quicker. Let's go to the email.
Yes.
Let her read the email, what it said, to whom it was addressed, what date it was, what the subject matter was, and then explain how it came about.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Spula, that email, you have attached it and is found on your page is 1007. On the hard copy is page 539. 539.
I found it.
You found it. Yes. Just identify them, these emails, because there's two of them on this page. Identify them. Which one comes first and which one is second?
The one at the bottom comes first. That's the email from me to Philip Mashego.
Yes. So that's from you, sent to him 11 March 2015 at 9:27 a.m. to Philip Mashego. There is no subject identified on that subject line. And you wrote, please urgently compile a step-by-step process to follow when suspending an F-band. Now, can you explain to the chairperson who is an F-band?
So F-band employees are your EXCO members. That's the last tier of your employees at ESCOM.
That would be the chief executive, group chief executive, the finance director, and who else?
And the rest of EXCO, including the HR director, the legal head, and so on.
Okay. All right. And okay, do you want to tell me how it came about that you were asking Mr. Mashego to compile a step-by-step process to be followed when suspending an F-band? But before you do that, just explain who Philip Mashego was at the time.
Philip Mashego was responsible for industrial relations. He was reporting to me.
Oh, okay. What was his formal position?
He was a senior manager, employee relations.
Okay. How did it come about that you sent him this email?
Chair, this is one of the subjects I've discussed with advocate and the investigator several times. I honestly don't remember the trigger of what happened, but subsequently when I went through my outlook for 2015 on that day, I noticed that the information I received from Philip Mashego responding to this name, I had forwarded it to Mr. Zatembe Khoza. So I can only assume that the request came from him.
So you don't remember how it came about that you sent this email to Philip Mashego?
Yes, I don't remember. And Chair, I have checked my inbox, my Outlook inbox, and I've checked my SMSs and WhatsApps. So
Yeah.
I obviously have not received it in that manner. So I could only have received it through a verbal communication, but I don't remember the exact engagement with Mr. Zatembe.
Okay, Mr. Selega, take it from there.
Thank you, Chair. So, Ms. Pula, you say the only way you have been able to determine that it is connected to Mr. Zatembe Khoza is by the email that you sent to him.
Yes.
So, so we looked at your email to Mr. Mashego, and then Mr. Mashego responded at 11:36, and he attached the suspension process, covering safety rules violation, confirmation suspension, draft letter of suspension. That's on page 539, Chairperson. Ms. Piller, you're still on.
Yes, yes.
Ms. Piller, you're still
Okay.
on that page.
So I'm still on the email. What page is mine?
Yours is 1007.
Okay.
Yes. So it
I'm
says,
there.
thank you. So he writes, LC attached, please find the disciplinary process as requested. Pro forma letters have also been included for your information. The process has been agreed with our legal colleagues as well. Hope you find it in order. Now, can you receive this from him? You confirm that?
Yes, I can confirm that I did receive it from him at 11:36.
Yes. Now, let's look for your email to Mr. Zatembe Khoza, and I think you can go to the next.
Before that, Mr. Selega, where is the attachment? Let's go to the attachment to Mr. Mashego's email, if it is there.
Yes, they are ultimately attached to Ms. Elsie's email forwarded to Mr. Zatembe Khoza.
Yes, but let's just start there because Ms. Pule asked Mr. Mashego to give him the step-by-step process.
That's right.
So let's see that process that he gave her before we go to her email to Mr. Khoza.
Yes.
Is it the one at hard copy 542?
542, correct, Jim.
And going up to 543? Or does it go beyond that? Or then 544 are the pro forma letters of suspension?
Correct, Jim, correct.
And 545, 546. Do they go up to 546?
546, correct, Jim.
Oh, okay, all right. That's fine. Then you can go to Ms. Pule's email to Mr. Khoza.
Okay, thank you, Jim. So, Ms. Pule, let's look at the emails then you would have forwarded to Mr. Khoza on that day. And then I'll ask you certain questions from there. So that's the next page on yours. Electronic is 1008. On the hard copy is 540. You are there?
Yes, I'm here.
So just to identify, on this page is an email from yourself sent on Wednesday, 11 March 2015 at 14:30. It is addressed to, it is sent to Zatembe Khoza. The subject is as discussed. Then attachment is copy of F-band list assets, January 2015, XLS. And then another document is disciplinary process .xlsx. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, you confirm that you sent this email to Mr. Khoza?
Yes, I do confirm.
And you see the subject reads as discussed.
Yes, I do.
Am I correct that this means you would have written that because there was a discussion between you and him.
Yes, I agree.
You sounded doubtful earlier on, but seeing that you wrote here as discussed, why were you doubtful? Because I assume you would not have written to him and said as discussed unless there had been a discussion.
Having gone through the emails, Chair, afterwards, after I had engaged with your office and the investigators and going through the emails, for me, the subject as discussed clearly stated to me he had discussed with me. The only issue I had was that I did not remember the discussion.
Yes. Okay, but you would not have written as discussed if there had been no discussion between the two of you.
I agree, Chair.
Yes. Okay, all right. And from this, it seems that you sent him a copy of F-band list. Did you send him exactly what Mr. Mashego had sent to you?
No, this was something else, Chair. So on the first email, I only sent him the F-band list as requested, as well as the disciplinary process for one of our other employees who had left by then, Mr. Salahe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. This was in regard to a particular individual.
Yes.
Okay. The one that related to what Mr. Mashego had sent you, is it the one that is at page 541 on my hard copy? I don't know on your one. It's an email of 11 March 2015 at 4:06, addressed by you to Zetembe Khoza, subject suspension process, attachment suspension process 240811, covering safety rules violations, confirmation suspensions, draft letter of suspensions, .doc. Mr. Khoza, additional information. Is that what you sent to him after Mr. Mashego had sent you these documents?
Yes, Chair, that's what I had sent to him at 1606.
Oh, okay. Okay, the one that says as discussed doesn't relate to the suspension of the executives of the F-band.
I don't think so, Chair.
Yes. But I see that that one also says copy of F-band list. So it might relate to somebody who was on the F-band list, on the F-band grade.
It's everybody who at the time was on an F-band level.
Oh, okay, all right. So this one where you were sending him, that is Mr. Khoza, the documents that Mr. Mashego had sent to you, there is nothing suggesting that there had been a discussion between you and Mr. Khoza. Is that right?
Looking at the emails, Chair, clearly I've had a discussion with him because I don't see the request on the electronic system or on the phone. So I must have had a discussion with him. So I was responding to that discussion. I wouldn't have sent this unsolicited.
Yes. Would you? This was at 4:06 in the afternoon. At that time, do you know whether the board had made the decision to suspend the 4 executives or not?
So at that time, we didn't know that they were suspended until the next day, but going through the board minutes, which I've submitted in my affidavit as well, it appears that at that point, one of the executives, they had already called them in to discuss the suspension.
Oh.
I want to find I think it's the people and governance minutes.
Yes, okay, don't worry. So as you understand it, at least one had been called in.
Yes, from the minutes, Chair.
Yes. Okay, because the meeting of that day went into the evening, is that right? Until quite late.
Yes, I've seen from the minutes, Chair, yes.
Yeah. Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Pule, well, let's see. The first email says as discussed, and you send a copy of F-band lists assets, January 2015, and then you also send a disciplinary process. And this disciplinary process, you say it related to a person who had already left ESCOM, Mr. Salah. Correct?
Yes, so it was not, I think it's also like sort of the naming convention. The subject says disciplinary process, but if you look at the attachment, it's actually a project plan that was used in the process of disciplining Mr. Salah.
Yes. So that is kind of a guide on the process to discipline a person.
Not necessarily. So it was basically a timeline for that disciplinary process for Mr. Lahe.
Mr. Lahe. And it was being provided now to Mr. Zitembe Koza. For what reason? Can you recall?
The only reason I can think of at the time, I do know that at that point, his settlement was being discussed. So I suspect that I might have been requested the project timelines to see where the project is, because Mr. Zitembe was relatively new at the time.
Yes. Now, let's look at the second email, because your message to Mr. Zitembe Koza in the second email says, Mr. Koza, additional information. That is on page 1009 of your pagination, 541 of the hard copy. It reads additional information, which presupposes that there was first information given, and now I'm giving you additional information. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So which information came before this one?
So on that day, if you look at my email trails, and I have confirmed going through my Outlook trails, on that day, I sent him 2 emails. One was at 14:30, and the other one was at 16:06. So this can only mean that it's a follow-up of the first email.
Yeah. So the 2 emails are related.
I can only assume that, Chair.
Let me tell you how I read your email to Mr. Philip Mashego at 9:27 on the 11th March, in the context of the evidence that I've been hearing. You were asking him to compile a step-by-step process that should be followed when suspending an F-band. You have explained to me which officials at ESCOM fall within the F-band. Now, 4 of those, as I understand it, 4 people, executives who would have fallen under the F-band were suspended on that day, but much, much later. This seems to suggest that somebody spoke to you, or either you knew at 9:27, either that there were to be suspensions of people who were in the F band, or somebody may have spoken to you who knew or suspected that there would be suspensions of somebody or people in the F band. What do you say about this reading of your email to Mr. Mashego in the context of the evidence I've been hearing?
I can only say, Chair, that at that point when I sent an email, so I remember the sort of overall incidents of the day, but not necessarily the details. At 9, we had gone to the board meeting. So having sent the email to Mr. Philip Mashego can only mean that I have sent it whilst I was in the board meeting. What I was trying to avoid, Chair, was to then speculate whether Mr. Khoza asked me whilst I was in the meeting, because the board had already started at the time and I was in that board meeting. So that's one part. The second part is that on the day until the very next day, I was one of those who did not even know that people were suspended. I was only formally informed the next day.
Okay. At the meeting of the board, which you were attending from 9 o'clock, had there been any discussion at that stage of the possibility that some senior executives could be suspended?
And not at all, Chair. It was a normal board meeting. If you look at the attached agenda and the minutes, so it was not focusing on suspensions at all. It was a scheduled board meeting.
Would it be fair, therefore, to say, if you did gain information about any suspensions that may have been planned, it would not have been information you obtained at the board meeting?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, but as you speak, you don't know whether you had gained any information about suspensions at that stage, or you are able to say, other than what maybe you may have discussed with Mr. Khoza, you don't think you knew anything at that time about possible suspensions of executives?
I can confirm, Chair, that at the time, I didn't know about the possible suspension of executives.
Yes. And you can't remember your discussion with Mr. Khoza, but you think you did have a discussion with him?
Yes, if I look at the email trails, that can be the only explanation of why I would have sent him the information that I sent him.
Yes. Okay, all right. And at that stage, Mr. Khoza had not been appointed as acting group chief executive, isn't it?
Yes, he was not the group executive at the time. The group chief executive was Mr. Tsikiso Matona.
At that time, he was simply one of the board members.
Yes, Chair.
And actually one of the new board members, isn't it?
Yes, Chair.
Had you known him before he became a board member at ESCOM?
No, I did not know him.
So there would have had to be a reason why you would send him these emails.
Yes.
And do you think you might have initiated the reason, you might have approached him for whatever reason, or do you think either he or somebody must have asked you to send them to him?
There's no way that I would have approached him for that. At the time, the board members that I interacted with, it was Mr. September Khoza as well as Ms. Venita Klein because they were in a board subcommittee that I support, the People and Governance Subcommittee of the board.
So prior to the 11th of March, had you had much interaction with him in that context?
Yes, not much, but we have had some interaction.
Oh, okay. Mr. Salega,
Sure,
I don't, it covers everything.
It covers the issue.
Okay, all right.
Safe to say, Ms. Bule, that we see other emails that you have attached after the executives are suspended, where you correspond directly with Mr. Koza and Ms. Venita Klein. But the theme is in regard to the suspensions. Didn't this theme start already with those emails of 11 March 2015?
Chair, if you look at the minutes of the board the next day on the 12th, when I was called in to advise on special leave, I did raise, on the day, I did raise the concern that the morale has been impacted with all the noises. And given my role, I encouraged the board at the time that they needed to start engaging employees and explain to them what had transpired. So there is incidents after the meeting of the 12th in terms of engaging executives, employees, and trade unions. You'd notice that I took a lead in that process, given the fact that it's my role.
Could you, lastly, Chair,
yeah.
To the extent that you say you can't recall the conversation on the 11th of March 2015, and you send this information, could you then make the connection on the 12th of March that the information they were Mr. Zitembe Koza was requiring me to send to him was then connected with what is happening now, the decision made to suspend the executives? Could you make the connection?
Yes, I made a connection, but I can also confirm that I don't think that information was used, because by the time I sent it to him, they had already prepared the draft letters that they were engaging the employees with. So if you look at the minutes, I noticed that my colleagues would then say, in terms of what the secretariat captured, was that, for example, so-and-so then signed the letter. So it appears that when the meetings of suspension happened that afternoon, they had not received the information I had sent to Mr. Koza yet.
Okay, so maybe we should ask Mr. Zitembe Koza, what did he discuss with you?
Yes.
And
why, that would help.
And why he requested this information from you?
I gratefully, that would help. I've been tempted to do that, but I couldn't.
Okay.
No, that's fine. I think Mr. Salega, if he has not been asked, he should be asked, and he can give us an affidavit which responds to those questions.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pule. We really appreciate you availing yourself to assist us. You are now excused.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Salega, do you need me to excuse you as well now?
Yes, to go on holiday, Chair.
There is no holiday for you. You are also excused. Yeah. Okay. Ms. Mulefe.
Good evening, Chair.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
All right. Mr. Doffling, I think you are going to be quite short. Let's deal with Mr. Naya, and thereafter I will hear the re-examination of Mr. Makwetla.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Yes, Miss Molefe.
Thank you, Chair.
Good evening, Mr. Nair.
Good evening, Chair.
Thank you for availing yourself.
You're most welcome, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Molefe, do you want to say something? Just to quickly remind the public what the context of Mr. Nair's appearance today.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as was earlier indicated, Mr. Desmond Nair is appearing relevant to the BOSASA workstream, in particular, the so-called special projects that Mr. LaRue has alleged. To this end, Mr. LaRue had intimated that BOSASA installed security equipment at the residence of Mr. Nair to the total cost of approximately 252,000, and that such costs were incurred at the expense of BOSASA. Then, Chair, instead as labeling the so-called special projects by particular names, Mr. LaRue testified that this project was not given any particular name, as he took over the project from a certain Mr. Beju, who is another employee of Gondola IT, a subsidiary of BOSASA. And he says that this was done at the instruction of Mr. Trevor Matenjwa and Mr. Angelo Agrizzi. The reason he took over the project, Chair, was as a result of Mr. Beju having been at Mr. Nair's residence with a Sondolo branded t-shirt. Now, according to Mr. LaRue, this was an issue as there was always an approach followed in special projects, in that the employees who worked under the so-called special projects never wore any branded clothing. In response to these allegations, Chair, in brief, Mr. Nair concedes that he did in fact have security equipment installed at his residence, but that this was done pursuant to a private contractual agreement between himself and Mr. Beju in his private capacity. Mr. Nair further states that the agreement was for the installation of a basic camera system, for the repair, if necessary, of the existing electric fence that he had, as well as the existing alarm beams. He further says, Chair, that the agreement was also to the maximum contract amount of 50,000 rands. Mr. Nair, pardon me, then further states that Mr. Beju failed to meet the terms of the agreement, in that the installation included equipment that was not agreed to, that some of the equipment was not functional, and further that it was in excess of the amount of 50,000 rand. As a result, Mr. Nair then resolved from the agreement and had to call on a third-party contractor to remedy the issues that he had. One of the issues that are introduced by this particular Mr. Beju, Chair, is a contract that was awarded to Sondolo IT. And according to Mr. Beju, Mr. Nair was involved to some extent in this contract. So, Chair, basically, broadly put, these are the issues that we'll be dealing with this evening. I don't anticipate that I should take more than an hour.
Well, an hour seems long to me. I think an hour is long because there is agreement that the security installations were effected in the house. As I understand it, really, it's a question of the nature of the arrangement and the circumstances under which it happened. There seemed to be an issue that seemed to be lingering when one read the affidavits, that it might be implied that Mr. Nair may have taken advantage of the fact that Busasa or whatever subsidiary of Busasa was involved in doing some work at the court, at his court. I think there was something along those lines that seemed to be implied or insinuated. And I don't recall whether Mr. Baiju denies the terms of the agreement between himself and Mr. Nair. I don't think that you should take an hour. As far as I'm concerned, this should go quickly, but do apply your mind to the real issues, and we take it from there. But Mr. Dorfing had some suggestion that he wanted to put forward. Mr. Dorfing, do you want to come in at this stage?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think you correctly summed up the fact that the issues in our mind is also very, very crisp and shouldn't take long to canvass and resolve. You would recall that there was an application lodged in front of you for authority to cross-examine Mr. LaRue. But all of that is dependent on how tonight pans out and what the upshot is of what we deal with tonight. My suggestion earlier, and I don't know, it would appear that this request hasn't been received by you, but I put forward a proposal to Mamulefi to consider whether the affidavit of Mr. Nair that was deposed to and supplied to the Commission on the 26th of August 2019 does not sufficiently deal with the issue, and whether we cannot perhaps resolve the matter by simply having that admitted into the record as evidence. And in those circumstances, I think that the need to further cross-examine Mr. LaRue will fall away. But we're more than ready to deal with the crisp issues that remains. Mr. Nair is ready to address it. So to the extent that that could not resolve the situation and would still need or leave outstanding issues, we're in your hands, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have no recollection of whether I have made any decision about an application by Mr. Nair for leave to cross-examine Mr. LaRue. But if you tell me that you are not aware that I have, I probably haven't, but I
can assist you. I can assist you on that score, Mr. Chair. Approximately a week, just over a week ago, you on one evening enrolled a number of those applications that were in front of you. And one of the applications that was stood down on that evening for purposes of your consideration at a later stage was this very application. So you haven't ruled on it. You specifically reserved your right to deal with it after the evidence of tonight.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine then. Okay, all right. Let's deal with this and then let's see. Ms. Mulefe, just bear in mind our terms of reference and what we are about. If there is something that we need to look at, we look at it. But if there isn't, there isn't. Let me ask the registrar to please administer the oath of affirmation to Mr. Nair.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Will you be taking the oath or the affirmation?
Mr. Nair,
you're on mute.
I'll take the oath, thank you.
Okay.
Please state your full name for the record.
Desmond Nair.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Molefe?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Mr. Nair.
Good evening, Ms. Molefe.
Can you please place before you the bundle that's marked T23? Do you have it?
I have it then.
Thank you. Can you please turn with me to page 214? We'll be referring to the black.
You refer to a bundle marked T23. I've got a bundle marked Busasa bundle 5 in front of me.
Yeah, so do I.
I apologize, Chair. I should have been more specific. Exhibit T23 is contained under bundle, the Busasa bundle marked number 5.
Yeah, okay. We start with the bundle and then we go to the particular exhibit. Okay, so it's the same bundle that I have. Okay.
Chair, could I please request Ms. Molefe to just indicate what number she is on in the electronic bundle so that I could follow?
Do you have the electronic pagination, Ms. Molefe?
I do, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, you can tell Mr. Dofling, please.
Thank you. Chair, I do intend to refer to the pagination as I move along.
Yeah, okay, all right. But as to where he found the page, the affidavit or T23.
Yes.
You want to
I have that in front of me, Mr. Chair. We can proceed with the specific page numbers.
All right, okay. Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of numbering, I'll be referring to the black numbering on the top left corner of each page, which is preceded by Busasa 05 and then the page number. So I'll just be referring to the last number there. Are you with me, Mr. Nair?
I am, Mr. Molefe.
Thank you. Please keep your mic on. Okay. Can you please turn with me to exhibit T23 in that bundle? In particular, can you go to page 214? You're muted, Mr. Nair. You're on
That's
mute.
214 on the hard copy.
You're muted, Mr. Nair.
Is that fine now?
Yes, please don't unmute your mic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you at page 214?
Yes, I am.
Right through to page 224. Is
Yes.
that your question to the commission?
Just repeat your question, Ms. Molefe.
Chair, I'm asking Mr. Nair to consider whether the document that appears from page 214 all the way through to page 224 is his affidavit to the commission.
Okay.
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, if I may, would that be page 8 of the electronic bundle?
Okay. Ms. Molefe, do you want to confirm the electronic page?
Well, I printed the electronic bundle and it's paginated with the black numbering as well as the red numbering. So I'm afraid I'm a bit lost when Mr. Dofling refers to page 8.
My electronic bundle is comprised of 95 pages. The affidavit of Mr. Nair dated the 26th of August 2009 starts in my electronic bundle at page 8 of 95. It is marked at the top, Busasa 05214.
Thank you. So when I refer to numbering, that last number on your top left corner, 214, is the page number, and that's the pagination I'll be referring to.
Yes, the difficulty I have is I can't page to that page number because my electronic pagination doesn't have that number. It's only got 95, but I'll try and follow. If I've got challenges, I will alert you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right. And if need be, she can mention paragraph numbers as well, if that will help.
Indeed so.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nair, can you then turn to page 224? Please confirm when you're there.
I am.
Is that your signature appearing on that page?
Correct, ma'am.
And the date of the 26th of August 2019, is that the date on which you signed the statement?
Correct, ma'am.
Do you confirm the correctness of the contents of the statement?
I do.
All right, I'm now turning you to your second statement to the Commission.
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
please turn with me to page 251? I'm sorry, can you, I beg your pardon, can you please go to page 235?
Yes, ma'am.
All the way through to page 245.
Well, there is 232 as well there, which is one of his affidavits. Did you see that, Ms. Muller?
I did say, what happened here is some of the annexes that had already been submitted to the Commission by Mr. Nair were contained as annexes to his affidavit. So I'm going to deal with each and every one of them, even though they are contained as annexes.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nair, from page 235 to 245, that appears to be the same affidavit that you have just confirmed to have been your first statement to the Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Then can you turn with me to page 251?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think it is important that we just place that in context. You were quite correct to refer to page 232. Page 232 and the following pages is a founding affidavit by Mr. Nair in support of the application to cross-examine Mr. LaRue. He attached and incorporated into that affidavit as his founding affidavit his first statement to the Commission, which is the one that we've referred to and which is attached to this statement as Annexure A.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Nair?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you at page 251? And we'll go back to the pages your counsel has referred to.
Yes,
all the way
I am.
All the way through to page 253. Is that also your statement to the Commission?
Correct, ma'am.
And the signature that appears on page 253, is that your signature?
That's correct.
The date 14 July 2020, is that the date on which you signed it?
Correct.
Do you confirm the correctness of the contents of the statement?
I do.
Thank you. Then I'd like to take you back to your founding affidavit in support of your application to cross-examine Mr. LaRue. That appears at page 232, all the way through to page 234. Are you there?
I'm here, thank you.
Is that your founding affidavit in support of your application to cross-examine Mr. LaRue?
It is, ma'am.
At page 234, that's the first signature that appears from the top of the page. Is that your signature?
Correct.
And did you sign the statement on the 14th of July 2020?
That's correct.
You confirm the correctness of the contents of the statement?
I do.
Thank you. Chair, with your leave, I propose to have these 3 statements tendered into evidence as Exhibit T231, T2.
Well, let's take one at a time.
Thank you,
Let's
Chair.
take each one at a time.
The first one appears on page 214 to 224.
You'd like me to admit that one as exhibit what?
T23.1, please, Chair.
T23.1.
Yes, Chair.
The affidavit of Mr. Desmond Nair, which starts at page 214, will, together with its annexures, be admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit T23.1. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Then the founding affidavit as appears at page 232, all the way through to 234. I beg leave to have that tendered into evidence as T23.2.
The affidavit of Mr. Desmond Nair, which starts at page 235. Will be admitted as, together with its annexures, as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit T23.2.
Mr. Chair, just a point of correction, that affidavit starts at page 232, as I understand it, not 235.
No, the actual affidavit starts at 235. What you have before, or are there 2 affidavits? I'm sorry. There's an affidavit starting at 233, which is the one I've marked. There is another one starting, you are right, at 232. Ms. Mulefe, were you dealing with the one starting at 232 or the one starting at 235?
The second affidavit I'm seeking to admit, Chair, starts at 232.
Oh, okay. Okay, no, then I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to correct that. I'm going to correct that. The affidavit that will be marked as exhibit T23.2 of Mr. Desmond Nair is the one that starts at 232 up to 234. And it doesn't have, yeah, okay. Yes, now you are going to the one at 235.
That's a duplication, Chair. That one also appears from page 21.
Okay. Okay, then we want
that one is that's the same as exhibit T23.1, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Okay, might I refer you then to the third affidavit? That's at page 251, all the way through to page 253. I beg you to have that tendered into evidence as T23.3.
Okay. The affidavit of Mr. Desmond Nair that starts at 251 will be admitted as an exhibit. Does it have annexures? Ms. Mulefe?
It does
not. It does have annexures. You'll see in paragraph 3, there's reference to annexure A, Chair.
Okay, all right. What's the number, Ms. Mulefe?
It's page 255. That is where the annexure appears. I'm begging leave to enter the statement with its annexures as T23.3.
The affidavit of Mr. Desmond Nair, which starts at page 251, will, together with its annexures, be admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit 23.3. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Then towards the end of this bundle, Chair, starting from page 257 all the way to 269, is an affidavit by Mr. Richard Leroux in answer to the application made by Mr. Nair. I propose to tender that into evidence as T23.4, unless the Chair would be inclined to only tender it once I deal with it.
That's fine. The affidavit of Mr. Richard Leroux that starts at 257 will be admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit T23.4. Okay. That is together with its annexures. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Then there are two more affidavits which we'll be dealing with. The affidavits of Mr. Rian van der Merwe, as well as the affidavit of Mr. Dorothea Kumar Beju. The first one I'll be dealing with in sequence is that of Mr. Dorothea Kumar Beju, which appears from page 294, Chair, all the way through to page 301. With your leave, might that one be tendered into evidence as T23.5?
This affidavit of Mr. Baiju, starting at page 294, will be admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit T23.5. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Then the last affidavit appears from page 270 all the way through with annexures to page 293. And I beg leave to enter that into evidence as exhibit T23.6.
Is that true? One for Rian van der Merwe?
Yes, Chair.
That should be exhibit T23.6.
Yes, please, Chair.
The affidavit of Rian van der Merwe, which starts at page 270, will, together with its annexures, be admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as exhibit T23.6. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Nair, can I now send you back to page 214 of the bundle, where your first affidavit made in terms of regulation 10.6 appears? I propose to deal with the common cause issues by leading Mr. Nair, Chair. I trust that this is in order.
Well, maybe it might be faster if we just let him just tell what happened, and then when he is done, then you can just put questions in regard to specific issues that might, because he knows what happened, that might be quicker. Is that fine with you? Yeah, Mr. Doffling, is that fine with you?
We're happy with that approach, Chair.
Yes. Mr. Nair, are you happy to do it that way?
I'm happy, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Insofar as the installation at my home, Chair, I take you back to around July 2016, and I had been acting in the Limpopo High Court on circuit for the 9 months preceding that. At the time that I requested Mr. Beju to see me, I was busy with a lengthy trial in Sekokune. It involved 23 accused with a number of counts in excess of 20, and the charges related to murder and the use of petrol bombs. I would be spending a considerable amount of time away from home and would return home on weekends. So I would stay at the hotel in Burgersport, and I found that the one area that was of concern to me, especially, insofar as my family, was that there were no cameras to cover the premises in the event of something happening. I was alive to the fact that these 23 accused were out on bail, and it was a serious cause of concern to me. So I decided to approach Mr. Beju. I called him and I indicated to Mr. Beju that I've been busy in the High Court for the past 9 months. I've been doing predominantly criminal court work, and these were very serious crimes. I was concerned about the security at my home, and Mr. Beju asked me what was the problem. I told him, I don't have cameras at home. It will be difficult to try and trace anybody should there be a problem at home, especially with the type of cases I'm dealing with, and particularly this one matter. I indicated to Mr. Beju that I have an amount of about 50,000 Rand, and these were my requirements. Mr. Beju was more than willing to assist me on one condition, that he came to my home and had a look at the premises. About 2 or 3 weeks later, Mr. Beju came back to me and told me that he was available that Saturday. He took my address. Indeed, he came to my home around the 1st or 2nd week of August, if I'm not mistaken. He spent about an hour at my place. He met my wife. We discussed what I had at home, what security I had. I pointed out to him that there was an existing electric fence which was working, and there was an alarm which was working, but I didn't know how outdated it was. And I said to Mr. Beju, there were times when there were malfunctions. So what I was looking at was the CCTV cameras to check the fence where it needed repairs, and if it did, and to have a look at the alarm and make the necessary suggestions. And Mr. Beju agreed. So as far as I'm concerned, I made an offer to Mr. Beju to assist me with the CCTV cameras, with the electric fence if it needed repair, with the alarm if it needed repair. And when Mr. Beju arrived at my home, he accepted the offer. So that is why I say I had a verbal contract with Mr. Beju, and the offer, there was an offer, there was acceptance. And from there, Mr. Beju departed on the understanding that he would try and ascertain prices. Whilst he was at my home, he did mention on the issue of cost that he knew the suppliers personally, and the issue of labor wouldn't be a problem for him because he would use 1 or 2 of his boys. Indeed, when he came to my home on that Saturday, there were 2 gentlemen in the vehicle, and he alluded to them in respect of the boys that will assist him. So I was quite happy. From that point onwards, Chair, I worked from the premise that Mr. Beju is contracted. He will do the job. When the job is done, if I'm happy, I will pay him. Mr. Beju returned on 2 further occasions in the subsequent weeks. On one occasion, he returned with a white gentleman who I met. On another occasion, he returned with a gentleman who I don't remember who he was with. Mr. Beju and that gentleman spent time outside. There was a long lapse, Chair, from the end of August until the end of September. And I started to believe that Mr. Beju wasn't taking me seriously. I called him and he undertook to revert to me. He indicated to me that he was still busy looking at what solution he had in mind for me. If I recall correctly, towards the end of September, maybe the 1st of October, Mr. Beju called me to inquire whether I would be available the next week because he wanted to start the job. I indicated to Mr. Beju, yes, I'm around this week. I'm here, I'm available. Just let me know when you are around and, we can start. Unfortunately, Chair, on the 2nd of October, we received news that my wife's brother-in-law had passed away. And I was very close to this gentleman, Mr. Subramani, particularly because he had introduced me to my wife when I was a young man. And I had a very good relationship with him. So the funeral took place on the 4th of October. We left on the morning of the 4th. We returned on the evening of the 5th. Mr. Beju started this job on the morning of the 4th in my absence. When I returned from Durban on the evening of the 5th, I noticed that there was a box, a kind of monitor with a box in the undercover garage. And it seemed as if the cameras were all up in the yard. I discovered that there were no visuals on any of the monitors or my TV or any other TV upstairs. I also had indicated to Mr. Beju during his second visit when he suggested placing the hard drive, the device which you can rewind and forward wind with a monitor in front of it, in the undercover garage. I indicated to Mr. Beju, I'm totally against that. It doesn't make sense for me. And I wanted to be able to forward wind, rewind, whatever was on the screen in front of me in my room. So, Chair, we had agreed that Mr. Beju would install the CCTV cameras, that I would get visuals on the TV inside my house, that I would be able to rewind and forward wind whatever was on the hard drive in my bedroom whilst looking at that monitor. When I returned from Durban, in the first place, the hard drive and the monitor was in the undercover garage, which was contrary to the agreement. And there were no visuals at all upstairs in my home, Chair. So for me, I considered it a material breach. I felt that Mr. Beju had not complied even then with the terms. The placing of that recording device with the monitor in the undercover garage further exposed me to risk, because if my wife had indicated to me, for example, that there was somebody who ran past the bedroom window, I would have to go, if I had visuals upstairs, I would have to leave the premises and go to the undercover garage to see what was happening and if I needed to rewind. And I felt that that had further compromised my position. And I made it very clear to Mr. Beju that that's not what I wanted. I followed up with Mr. Beju later that week, and he undertook to look into the problem with the visuals upstairs. Insofar as the movement of the hard drive and the monitor, his response to me was that it's going to be a mission. And I immediately knew we have a problem here. I'm not going to allow a situation where I need to go outside my premises to rewind and forward wind to determine who had just gone past and exposed myself to any further risk. Indeed, Mr. Beju did send somebody, and I met the person a few days later when he was leaving. It was a technician. And I inquired from the technician, are the visuals upstairs sorted out? And he indicated to me, no, the wiring is messed up. I wasn't the one who did the wiring, but there's a problem with the wiring. I followed up with Mr. Beju, and Mr. Beju confirms this in his very statement that is attached in the papers before you today, Chair, that I had complained to him about the work that was done, and he had actually referred it to Mr. Leroux. Now, I didn't know Mr. Leroux. I had no discussions with Mr. Leroux. Yes. And the only person I spoke to about this installation and the terms of the contract was Mr. Beju. I did not speak to Mr. Greasy. I don't know Mr. Greasy. I did not speak to Mr. Watson. I don't know Mr. Watson. I did not speak to Mr. Matenjwa. I don't know Mr. Matenjwa. I did not discuss the terms with Mr. Leroux. If Mr. Leroux was the white man who had accompanied Mr. Beju on his second visit, I didn't speak to that gentleman. I spoke to Mr. Beju because my agreement was with him. For what purpose he was there was at Mr. Beju's request. So, I noticed a change in Mr. Beju's behavior. I mean, after I had called upon him to remedy the situation. I had spoken to him or met him 5 times before the installation was done. After I complained that I felt that the work had to be redone from where I was standing, Mr. Beju promised to come back and sort the problem out, and I called him successively on every month thereafter to ask him to come and remedy the defect. He failed to do so. At some point, I became frustrated. I felt that it was actually the job that was done for the trust that I placed in Mr. Beju when he came and sat in my home and indicated that he fully appreciated my circumstances in terms of the exposure to crime and in terms of the risk. I felt the job was an insult to me as a person. And me running after him on a monthly basis to get him to come and remedy the defect was indeed for me beneath my dignity. At some point, I stopped. And
at some point
I stopped calling him because he was not taking my calls. If it was not that, Mr. Naya, I'll get back to you. It became clear to me that at that point in time, the reason Mr. Beju was reluctant to attend to the problem was because the wiring would have to be redone, indeed, and the moving of the hard drive and the monitor from beneath the house upstairs was as Mr. Beju indicated, a mission. So after January, I stopped contacting Mr. Beju. And I didn't hear from him thereafter for a long time. For about a year, when I saw him at court, I didn't engage him on the matter. I felt that the man had misrepresented to me that he would supervise the job. He clearly did not do that. He took on the responsibility, and I felt that he had breached the contract and was not prepared to come and remedy the defect. So, Chair, that is where we were. The next time I heard about, the first time I heard that Bosasa was involved in the installation at my home was when Mr. Leroux testified in January 2019. It came as a shock to me because, like I said, the only person I dealt with was Mr. Beju. From the start of this discussions regarding the installation, during the installation, and even after the installation. My telephone records can confirm there are no calls to Mr. Watson, Mr. Greasy, Mr. Matenjwa, Mr. Leroux. The only calls made, and I have them, are to Mr. Beju in the period immediately after the installation.
Yes. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Ms. Molefe?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Naya. I've got about 5 or so questions, or 5 themed questions regarding what you've just told the Chair. The first is in relation to Mr. Beju's version of how he came to know you. Can I please refer you to page 221 at paragraph 10 of your statement. Are you there?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay. Did you say 221?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, continue.
Are you there, Mr. Nair?
I am.
So you say there in your statement that you came to know Mr. Beju as Mr. Beju was employed by a company known to you as Sondolo, and which company had assigned to him, being Beju, as one of his nodes of responsibility being the Pretoria Magistrates Court. Then can I refer you to Mr. Beju's version so far as his involvement in the court? Can you please turn to page 295 at paragraph 7?
Yes.
Are you there? So, Chair, can you please bear with me? The lighting in my office is timed. It's a sensory light. I have to stand up and wave around. Please bear with me.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about it.
All right.
Are you at paragraph 7, Mr. Nair?
I'm there, ma'am.
Thank you. So this is Mr. Beju, and he says that you were part of a working group that was involved with the work that was to be carried out for the security upgrade at the Pretoria Magistrates Court, for which the court manager, a certain Mr. Bansi, had to give the final approval for the work to be carried out. And Mr. Beju goes on further to say that in this regard, Mr. Nair specified the security requirements from the court and staff side that they wanted to be implemented, and he being you, needed to provide his approval of the work that they were to perform before the court manager gave his final approval of the project installation plan and the project definition project. He then says that paragraph 8, that as a result of the above, the project team would have meetings with Mr. Nair and the court manager to have the project documents finalized and approved. So can you explain to the chair, firstly, your knowledge of the contract that was awarded to Sondolo IT for security purposes, as well as your involvement with the Sondolo IT employees, as is alleged by Mr. Beju in paragraph 7 to 8 of his statement?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Molefe. Thank you, Chair. Let me start by saying that Chief Magistrates do not have any role to play in the awarding of contracts and tenders. There is no provision for that in the DFI, and it is not part of our function. From the time that the functions of the administration and judiciary were separated, there is very little that the judiciary has to do with respect to service providers at all. So, in respect of contracts awarded by the department, whether it's for the cleaning staff, whether it's for the security, the Chief Magistrate has no role whatsoever, and that can be verified with the regional head in the department and officials in the Department of Justice. There is no role to play. There's no provision for that. Our role as Chief Magistrate, insofar as service providers are concerned, are to ensure that the work of the service providers do not disrupt the functioning of the court. For example, if you have builders at the court, and if their building works are causing disruption, you would then engage the court manager to bring an end to that. Insofar as the security upgrade at the Pretoria Magistrates Court, the court burnt in 2010. And immediately after the fire, we had to take action to ensure that we could house all the staff in the unburnt portion of the court. Chief Justice Nobo attended the court in the weeks after the fire, engaged me, and asked me to show leadership at that time in respect of getting the court back to an optimal level. To that end, and only at that point, would I engage with the stakeholders and some service providers in one huge meeting, and we call those SteerCom meetings, to ensure that, for example, air conditioning, okay, where are we with this? And we would take a consensus-based approach to the way forward. Chief magistrates do not have approval function in respect of work that that falls within the ambit of the court manager and facilities. Security falls under facility, and Mr. Beju knows that. For him to relegate me to be part of a working group, I consider an insult, because I was already at that point in time a chief magistrate. Mr. Beju knows that I was tasked with spearheading the restoration and the, or rather the spearheading the process to get operations back on track. He, in fact, together with other service providers, would meet with the facilities people at the court. And there were committees created by the court manager at the court, for example, security, air conditioning, and they would take the issue of the upgrade after the awarding of the tender to that committee. From the facilities committee, if there were issues that were unresolved, it would be taken to the court manager. The court manager, if those issues affected stakeholders like the prosecution and the judiciary, would then seek an audience with me and say to me, Chief, there is this issue. For example, like I said, there's a problem with the builder. He doesn't want to cooperate insofar as the days on which he needs to do his restoration work. And I think I need your assistance. So your role would basically be confined to ensuring that everybody understood that court operations must go on. If there's nothing that I could have said or approved or done that would cast any sway, because ultimately any decision relating to finance, any decision relating to money is a departmental issue. Chief magistrates have no authority, no jurisdiction, and as I said before, there's no provision in the DFI. It would be ultra vires in any event. So this statement by Mr. Beju that I was part of a working group in respect of the work to be carried out for the security upgrade is incorrect. And for which the court manager, Mr. Bansi, had to give the final approval for the work to be carried out in this regard. There he is correct. Mr. Bansi is the court manager. He has to give direction in respect of decisions that don't affect finance. For example, the allocation of where the cameras must be in the court. And then there would be discussions at the facilities committee. Mr. Bansi would consult, and if it's decided, well, let's put 10 cameras for the judiciary, 5 for the prosecution, 5 for the administration. Then at that point in time, Mr. Bansi would give his approval. Where I come in is to ensure that there is consensus in the decisions that are taken so that no stakeholder group is prejudiced. And my role would be more of a father figure. There's nothing that I could have said that if the department wanted to change, they couldn't change. I didn't have that authority. So this issue of me providing approval, there is no provision for me to provide approval. What indeed was required was my opinion. And where the court manager felt that there was a decision that needed to be taken, especially after the fire, he would seek my opinion. And service providers like Mr. Beju were fully aware that the court manager will definitely seek the opinion of the head of court, the chief magistrate, and he will inform the chief magistrate that consensus has been reached on this issue. And Mr. Nair, what is your view on it? Do you have some comments? Do you have any concern? That's where it stops. This issue of the awarding of a Sondolo contract, in fact, when you started, Ms. Molefe, you mentioned something about a Sondolo contract. The first time I hear about it, I say that I met Mr. Beju through Sondolo. Indeed, there's nothing to do with the contract. The court burnt. Sondolo was the CCTV company at that point in time. We had to get the court up and running. Security had to be back in place. There were meetings being held with large numbers of people, and that is where I came to know Beju. Subsequent to that, and you'll see Mr. Beju is quite correct. He says we completed our work at the court in around 2012. This installation took place in 2016. So after 2012, in fact, by 2011, I had already delegated the function of chairing of the steercom to my senior magistrates, or the most senior of them at that time. And they would report to me. Now, after from 2013 onwards, I took over not only being the chief magistrate, but the head of the private law section at the court. So I had moved myself away from anything to do with the operations of the court. I had a judicial head of operations, the court manager, and I would only be consulted if there was really an issue that needed for me to be consulted. So I haven't read in Mr. Beju's affidavit any suggestion that I was responsible for the awarding of a Sondolo contract, Mr. Chair. You can go to paragraph 7. The high watermark of what he's saying is that there was, I was part of a working group for work to be carried out for the security upgrade. Fine, that's got nothing to do with the awarding of a contract. And then he goes on to add that Mr. Bansi, the court manager, has to give the final approval. So I think I've said enough on this, Chair. If you want to hear anything else, I'll be glad to oblige.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Nair, you mentioned that you played a role in what you refer to as a steercom. Is the role that you played contained in any document?
Well, the role that I played in the steercom flows from the fact that judicial heads of a court must coordinate activities in a court. And you have stakeholder meetings or management meetings once a week, once a month, depending on how you choose to do it. You invite the prosecution, you invite the administration, you invite the interpreters, and we discuss issues pertinent to the running of the court. The steercom, after the fire, is something that was created so that we could get everyone to participate at a time when it was important for everyone's views to be articulated and there to be consensus-based decision-making. So the chief magistrates, their core responsibility are in respect of the judiciary. They are also head of office, and that is contained in a circular that was signed by Simon Gianni, the then acting DG, and former JP Ngwet. So it's policy. It's policy for the running of the court. And in post the fire, it was a term that we used for the purpose of getting everyone to know. It's Monday morning, it's a steercom, you know that this meeting is taking place. Everybody who ought to attend must attend. And that didn't include the service providers all the time.
Thank you. Can I then refer you still on Mr. Beju's statement to page 297 at paragraph 18? Are you there?
Yes.
Thank you. So there, Mr. Baiju talks about a meeting that he had together with yourself, Mr. Trevor Matenja, at the Pretoria Magistrates Court.
What page did you say, Ms. Mulefe? What page did you say?
297, Chair.
297.
Yes, and I'm at paragraph 18.
Okay, all right, continue.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nair, I was just summarizing or paraphrasing what Mr. Baiju is saying there. He speaks of a meeting that took place with yourself, Mr. Trevor Matenja at the Pretoria Magistrates Court. And he says that at this meeting, the issue of security of your residence was discussed. Do you have any comment on what he says there, or do you admit or deny what he's saying?
Thank you, Ms. Mulefe. This is nonsense. This never happened. The issue of my residential security was discussed only with Mr. Page. If he saw it fit, without me knowing, to approach Bosasa or Mr. Mutendra or Mr. Leroux, that's his business. I was unaware of it. In this installation took place in October 2016, and the discussion started in July 2016. Now, by then, I had been acting in the High Court, like I said, for the preceding 9 months. I had even acted before that at different times in 2014 and 15. I had left the court operations, like I said earlier, and the running of the court by 2013. It was completely out of my hands. I've also indicated that service providers in the normal course of the running of a court have nothing to do with the judiciary and are relegated to participating in meetings with the facilities subcommittee, which is chaired by the court manager and the head of facilities. There was no work that needed to be discussed with Mr. Matendra and with Mr. Matendra. This never happened, and I can tell you at that point in time, it could not be that there were any security issues that needed to come to me, because I had left the court. I had left the operations of the court insofar as the daily operation for some time. But I can just allude to something else, ma'am, on the issue of Mr. Baiju's statement here about Mr. Matendra.
Yes.
I am possessed of a statement by Mr. Baiju dated 6th April, and my counsel are in possession of same. I don't think you. In that statement, Mr. Baiju makes no mention whatsoever of Mr. Matendra. He sets out in 4 paragraphs. And I'll start with the second paragraph, if I may, Chair.
Yes, yes.
In the second paragraph, he says,
is that an affidavit that we do have here, or is that a statement that we don't have here?
You don't have it there, Chair. That's why I say I'm possessed of 2 further affidavits made by Mr. Baiju, which are totally in contrast to this paragraph, which has now emerged in this. And these statements are under oath, Chair.
Yes. How long have you had them?
Well, I've had them from 2019, and they were furnished to me by the Magistrates Commission as they pursued their investigation.
Or would it be affidavits that he made with the Magistrates Commission?
Yes. I'm not sure if he made it to the police during their investigation, and the police handed it to the MAGCOM, but one of them is to the MAGCOM, or directed from the MAGCOM.
Yeah, I just wish you had also made them available to the commission in time so that they could have been included here.
Well, I'm still prepared to make it available.
Yeah, you must please do that. Okay, just read what you say is there.
Well, in the affidavit dated 6 April, Mr. Beju says that at paragraph 2 that I was in the presence. So that is when I get to contact Mr. Desmond Nair and the court manager by the name of Bansi. Magistrate Desmond Nair needed advice on the security system at his rented house that he was intending to purchase in Pretoria. I did go to Magistrate Nair's house and found that it was not going to be a simple installation. I got into contact with Richard Leroux to assist, as he has extensive experience with domestic installation. Nothing about him telling me that he got in touch with Mr. Leroux. And the affidavit goes on to conclude with no mention whatsoever of a meeting with Mr. McKenna. And I'm prepared to I will make the affidavit available, Chair. And in the interest of time, there is a second affidavit now.
Yes.
Which is dated the 16th of August. In this affidavit,
which year?
16th August 2019.
Yeah.
In this affidavit, he says at paragraph 4, Mr. Matenjwa requested me, meaning him, to assist Richard Leroux with the assessment of security system installed at Mr. Nair's house at the beginning of 2014. He puts the date of this installation at 2014. I made contact with Leroux to arrange a site visit. Once again, in this statement, which is not a long statement, but he makes no mention of Mr. Matenjwa or a meeting with Mr. Matenjwa. And I say to you, Chair, the only reason he mentions it in this one is because I was unaware of his involvement or with Mr. Leroux and Mr. and whoever it was behind the scenes. And now, in an effort to shield himself, after having entered a contract with me and the installation was done, he is now seeking to create some kind of link with somebody at Sondolo or Bosasa, which doesn't exist. Thank you.
What ultimately happened to the installations that had been made to your house?
Chair, I left the security system in the non-functional state that it was, as it was, because the only thing that you could see are the cameras outside. There were no visuals upstairs. There was this box, a hard drive of some kind with a monitor that was in the undercover garage, as I've indicated. And from the technical reports, or the reports, the reports by the technicians and the expert that I have consulted, there's some power surge which causes a few of those screens to go on, to go off, and it remained in that condition in the undercover garage. It was joined to the power source from the electric fence, so it would be difficult to do otherwise but to leave it. We switched off the fence and that box for most of the time. Remember, Chair, I was also assisted by the department because of the fact that from 2015 to the end of 2018, I spent about 6 terms in Polokwane doing mostly crime on circuit with a security guard at home and a security guard to be present with me. So I had that option at my disposal, and I was happy with that. In addition thereto, Chair, by November 2016, the matter in Tukakoma had been finalized. That anxiety, etc., no longer weighed so heavily on me. But I wasn't going to, beg Beju to come back, and I did in fact have the alarm system remedied. It also was defective. I also had the electric fence fixed and repaired. where after this so-called Bosasa installation, it still gave me problems, and I have the receipts and the invoices for those repairs. Insofar as the CCTV, like I say, I felt I'm not going to touch it. I hope Beju comes back, but if he doesn't come back and elects, because it had been installed as I saw it by him, and decide to sue or whatever the case may be, I would then throw throw the book at him insofar as the breach of contract, because what he did amounted, as far as I'm concerned, to positive malperformance, which is a breach. And on the point, Chair, as you are aware, if there are reciprocal obligations between two people, and the understanding is that one party must perform first, like Mr. Beju, put on the CCTV cameras, make sure the man has got visuals in the house, because that's the very purpose. It would be silly to just have security cameras with no visuals upstairs.
So,
and then,
so is the position that you never paid Mr. Beju for anything, whether labor or equipment?
That's correct, Chair. Like I say, there were reciprocal obligations between Mr. Beju and I, and he had the duty to perform first. I was fully in my right to withhold payment until he did what he ought to have done. He must move the equipment from downstairs, which was posing a risk to me, and restore the visuals. That was the incidentalia of our agreement.
Now, that the equipment was installed by Sondolo, is that something you are disputing, or are you saying you can't dispute that, but all you know is that you had an arrangement with Mr. Beju, or were you aware that Bosasa stroke Sondolo IT were involved?
No, Chair, I was not aware of that. And until it's proven to you or whoever that that equipment that is here emanates from or the ownership thereof is Bosasa's, how can I admit it comes from them? Because as a point of departure, the invoices that are furnished in respect of the equipment installed here, you can't identify what is there. And
yes, well,
challenge it. If it is proven that it came from them, well and good, it came from them. I knew nothing about it. I had an agreement with Mr. Beju. He knows that.
Yes. Did you know him to be working for Bosasa or Songolo IT, or what was your knowledge of his employment or his business?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I knew Mr. Beju to be an employee of Sondolo. As the head of the court, Bosasa had a contract at the court awarded by the department. Let me get it very clear. I've got nothing to do with that. But that was for the uniform personnel. So there was Bosasa. They had security guards at the court who manned. They had nothing to do with the cameras and the CCTV. Then there was a company called Sondolo, which was the CCTV company. I was unaware that Sondolo was a subsidiary of Bosasa. That is how it was. And I got to know Mr. Beju, like I say, immediately after the fire. And once the job was done, I saw him 2 or 3 times a year. He was a friendly guy, come and greet me. And that is how I built up that familiarity with him.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's taken much longer than I thought we would. And my registrar has just reminded me that she has got to beat the curfew. And now let me first ask, who else will need to beat the curfew who is not close to home and so on? Ms. Mlefe, how is your situation?
I'm 5 minutes away from home, Chair.
Oh, okay. Mr. Naya, are you at home?
I am.
Okay. Mr. Dovling?
I'm also at home, Mr. Chair. I just need to move to my bed.
Okay, all right. I think that it's going to be difficult. Let me ask Ms. Molefe. I do want that the issues be dealt with properly, so I don't want you to be under undue pressure. But what's your estimate of how much time you need with Mr. Naya?
Chair, I think if we can curtail the answers to the questions, I know Mr. Naya is eager to set out his story. I think we could be done in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me ask the lawyers involved in the matter of the Deputy Minister, Mr. Makwetla. Ms. Molefe, you are involved in that matter as well.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Who is appearing for Minister Makwetla?
Evening, Chair.
Good evening.
It's Teboho Musikili, Chairperson.
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
How long did you think you would be with the re-examination of the Deputy Minister?
Chair, we have been given 30 minutes by the Chair. We're going to try and confine ourselves to that.
Yeah.
I did indicate to Ms. Molefe that we might go just over, maybe just close to 40 minutes or 45 minutes. But we have that 30 minutes slot.
Yeah. I was trying to make sure we can finish both Mr. Naya's evidence as well as the re-examination of the Deputy Minister's evidence. Let me ask you about a different way of doing it and see how you feel. In some of the matters, arrangements have been made for the witness to be given written questions to provide written answers in an affidavit in the place of an oral re-examination. So in other words, you being his counsel, you would prepare questions that you would have asked because the purpose of re-examination in terms of the regulations of the commission is just to clarify matters that might not be clear arising from the evidence. So arrangements have been made in regard to some witnesses, and their lawyers had no problem, that instead of an oral re-examination, the witness's lawyer would prepare questions, send them to the client, and send to the commission's evidence leader concerned. And then the client can then prepare answers in the form of an affidavit, which is then filed to the commission, which clarifies what needs to be clarified. So I want to check whether you would be happy with that arrangement in the place of an oral re-examination, or whether you would like an oral re-examination.
Chair, my inclination is to agree to your proposal. However, I will have to confirm with my client.
Yes.
Because I think he said to me, at least he needed to dispel.
Oh, yes, yes. No.
So, subject to that.
Yeah. Well, that's fine, but maybe I must accept that we are unable to finish this evening, and that in regard to you and your client, if after you have taken instructions, he says he goes along with dispensing with an oral re-examination, but submitting an affidavit on the basis I've suggested, then you will write to or you'll communicate with the evidence leader, Ms. Molefe, and then that's what will be done. But if he would really like to appear and have oral re-examination, we'll make another plan. But I think today we have tried our best to try and finish everything, but it hasn't been possible. So we'll need to notify you of when we can try again.
Thank you, Chair. We'll canvass those two options to client, and we'll communicate to the commission as early as possible. If that's the arrangement, Chair, I suppose then that we should be excused for today.
Yeah, you are excused for today. Another date will be arranged if the proposal about written questions and written answers is not accepted by your client.
We are indebted, Chair.
Yeah, so you are excused, and your client, Mr. Mokwetla, is also excused.
Thank you, Chair. Okay,
all right. Okay, Mr. Dofling.
Chair.
We have to stop here, unfortunately, because without my staff, I'm at a loss how to work with technology. But I'm going to try and make a plan for us to finish.
Yeah, it sounds like we're close to finality, Chair. So
yes, no, we are very close to finality. So, Mr. Nair, you understand the situation?
I do. Thank you, Chair, for being patient. I think
yes, that's all right. So I'll find time so that you can come back, and then we can conclude.
We're more than willing to accommodate you, Chair, even if it's at an early hour or a late afternoon. Provided that you are available, we're more than willing to accommodate you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ms. Molefe, thank you very much. We will arrange for a date so that we can finalize.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, can I just, as a matter of housekeeping, indicate that my attorney, Mr. Barnos, has already forwarded the two affidavits of Mr. Mbeju, to which Mr. Nair has referred to Ms. Molefe. It should be on her email already.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, it remains for me to thank everybody for your cooperation and for your patience. We'll try again and finalize this.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay,
thank you, Chair.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, you too. Thank you. We adjourn.
Recording stopped.